dancing. I don't think he's been drinking responsibly this afternoon. judging by those moves, three overs in.
He got all the moves in, didn't he, to be fair?
He's raving.
Not sure he had any factor 30 on either, to be fair.
Get it slapped on, boys and girls.
Quite a tough start for Meekin in that over. Obviously, facing Finn Allen, who's flying in some good form from his last innings against Northants. Yeah, here at Old Trafford.
15 runs off it.
This next delivery is speared in by Cast, but down the leg side. So it's singled as a wide by the umpire. 32 without loss. So starting the 4th over, live from Emirates Old Trafford on the BBC Sport website and app, and Lancashire Cricket TV for this Friday evening fixture, the penultimate of the group stage. Bryden Cast, fresh from his England duties, returning for Durham. And he's in and bowling to Jennings, who clubbed it over the onside. Couple of bouncers underneath the little cover. Potts will come field it. And it's 4 for Jennings, swatted away through the onside. 36 without loss. And they started the 4th. Good start to the power play, Paul, for Lancashire Lining.
Yeah, really good start, and I think they've at times hit the fielders as well. This is a worrying start for Durham. It looks a cracking wicket. Any score above sort of 180, very, very hard to chase at Old Trafford.
Cast to Jennings, dabbed into the offside. Ball rolls across that matting, which is protecting one of the pitches here, and get through for a little cheeky single. So Jennings up to 12. Lancashire Lightning 37 without loss. It brings Finn Allen back on strike, who's had a decent competition for Lancashire Lightning. 66 in the last fixture for Finn Allen. Most of his runs have come here at Emirates Old Trafford. He's not had too many scores on the road. New Zealander, who has since secured a place in the 100 competition. Pass into Allen. It's a short ball. He bends his knees, gets underneath it, and through to the keeper. No run.
Colin's got his work cut out tonight. He's just tweeted, he says, it's a busy night. I've got the Open Golf, Formula 1 qualifying, the International T20 and the domestic T20. I'm wondering if they'll all climax at the same time. I'm going to need quite a few screens. Enjoy the wonderful weather, he says.
There is a bit going on, isn't there? Right, look at that England game. Cast is in. Swatted back down the pitch by Finn Allen. Stopped by Cast off his own bowling. No run.
Did well there to get to that, didn't he?
He did. Pakistan are batting first. 26 without loss after 3 overs. The England team comprises of 3 Lancashire players, with Liam Livingston, Saqib Mahmood and Matt Parkinson all in the England team for the T20 international against Pakistan.
Looks like the wicket covered up. Is that for the game on Tuesday night?
Ooh,
England-Pakistan?
It could be, yeah. This is heaved away through mid-wicket. 1 bounce. And then out towards the boundary rope, nestling at the bottom of a speaker, which is blaring out the latest bit of music around the ground. 41 without loss, with 1 ball left of the 4th over. Tomorrow night's game against Yorkshire is also televised, but they might well be preserving that main strip for the international fixture.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they used that strip and then play the England wicket. It will be a fresh wicket. So they probably used the Yorkshire game, will probably be on the same wicket as this, I would have thought. This wicket for tomorrow night, and then obviously a fresh wicket for the. But they need to be covered up and keep a bit more stream with the weather forecast.
Cast in. It's short again. It was a big thick top edge, and it'll land safe down towards the boundary. And as ever, some of the best T20 shots are big filthy top edges which spoon over the infield and down towards the boundary for 4 runs. End of the 4th over. 45 runs on the board for Lancashire Lightning. Nice bright start by those 2, Keaton Jennings and Finn Allen. Drink being brought out for the 2 Lancashire batsmen. Jennings on 12, Allen on 27. Drinks being brought out for the batsmen. Plenty of drinks being consumed in the stands as well. 4 overs gone. Good start for Lancashire Lightning.
It's a great start for Lancashire Lightning here. Finn Allen is really motoring. He looks in great nick. Although he's only had 14 balls and Keaton Jennings had 12, he feels like he's had a lot more of the strike. He's put bat to ball and he's been dangerous. He's really put Durham under pressure. I'm not surprised that they've gone into spin here. Looks a great wicket. The ball's been coming on. And let's see if Liam Travascus can change the state of the play here. The ball just coming on with the seamers. Finn Allen really enjoys that. Keaton Jennings is a very good player of spins. He'll enjoy it.
Durham under the cosh here in a game where they must win. We've already had at least a couple of wides and a no ball in these first 4 overs. 50 up, 17 balls. So 50 for 52 for none. It's the 4.1 overs. Travascus again, and turned around the corner this time by Jennings for 1. Cut off by David Bedning coming round from fine leg on the discs. Bit of a stiff westerly. St George's flag fluttering on that really tall mast on top of the pavilion, and the Union flag just to the right of it. He's catching the wind on our microphone a little bit outside as well. Allen is on strike on 27 from 14 balls, 5 fours. Jennings 19 from 14, 1 4 and a 6. Travascus with his sunglasses on, balls. That's high. Might go on the roof of the point. Where's that come down? Oh, it's been dropped in the stand. It's a massive 6, but some of the fielding from the spectators this year has been awful. And I think it's probably down to the fact none of them were allowed in last year. They've just
out of practice.
Yeah, they're out of practice, aren't they?
Went high, that didn't it?
Yeah.
Blimey. Oh yeah, put down in the crowd.
Yeah.
And the challenge is it now needs a sanitise because someone's dropped it in.
yes.
See if it makes it even worse. They've dropped it. It needs to be sanitised.
And then a photographer's picked it up. So
yeah, everyone's had a go at the ball. So James Middlebrook he's getting a cloth around it and sanitising the ball to give it back. Hell of a strike from Finn Allen. And quite a tough ask here for Travascus to come on in the 5th over when there's no wickets down and both batters are flying is a real hard ask to bowl spin with only 2 men out.
well, he's gone for 14 already in 3 legitimate balls. That's 4 more. Finn Allen stepped back towards square leg and clattered that through the covers for 4 towards the hotel. This is running away from Durham at an alarming rate of knots already, this. 63 on the board in the 5th over. It's not as bad as the world record power play, which I think was Notts against them about 5 or 6 years ago. They put something like 99 on the board in 6 overs. Alex Hales went to town on them that day. Travascus in again, he bowls. Allen plays it past the bowler. It is cut off, and just 1 run. Cut off by Bancroft at mid-off.
Does look a really good surface, like I mentioned before, and the more they're batting on it and standing delivering from Finn Allen shows how good a surface it is. It's obviously a fresh wicket. They're going to get 2 games out of it. You know, you're looking at 180, 200, and then Durham are really in a challenge to chase him down.
Travascus in again, and Keaton Jennings went down the track looking to flick it through the leg side. It thumped into his pad. End of the over, 5 gone, 64 on the board.
That is some 5 overs of a power play, that, isn't it, Paul?
Yeah.
It is, yeah. And Finn Allen is a really, really powerful and dangerous player, isn't he? He stands and delivers. He can pull anything from length to short to from sort of wide, mid-on to deep backward square leg. And also he showed earlier that he has a paddle over the top. So he's got plenty of power. They look like the seam bowlers have come up, brought the 3rd man up because they know he's strong into the leg side. But it's dangerous play because he can paddle here. But I think you want to be letting him paddle. I think that's not his strongest. You don't want him let him stand and deliver.
Potts comes back into the attack. Oh, I see, huge hit over extra cover in towards the temporary stand. Take the catch. Oh, you have done the thing. I think you've got it. Oh, have you spilt it? Oh, you've spilt it
They're
again.
all looking at the floor again.
Oh, dearie me. Oh, yeah. What's your excuse this time in the crowd? Got hands to it, couldn't stick. It's a huge hit for 6, though. Blimey, 70 without loss.
Far too short a delivery. I mean, it's a good shot, but I mean, it's banged in far too short there.
But he sort of knows he wants the ball short. He's got a deep backward square leg and a deep mid wicket. You know, he wants the ball, get Finn Allen to pull. But what Finn Allen's doing is giving himself room, clever batting, and gambling is going to be short and swatting it.
On to 44 now. This is picked up inside the circle at short final. Big throw towards the bowler's end, trying to run Finn Allen out. That would have been a bonus for Durham. But he's got through for one, so Finn Allen moves up to 45. And Lancashire Lightning 71 without loss. 2 balls into the 6-0.
He's missed out on the fastest 50 against Durham though by about 3 or 4 deliveries here. At one time, Tyrone Henderson from the semi-final in 2008, I think it was, held the record.
Holds his pose this time. So nearing the halfway mark. Kent pretty well placed to push up towards 200. That's quite a good save. The 100's out to
cross on that leg side. How did Durham put the brakes on here? That's the question. Jennings is on 23, and Allen's double that. Right arm over to Jennings, the left-hander, turned backwards off square leg for 1. Mervyn says 6 extras off 3 overs. Where do Durham's troubles lie, I wonder? Yeah, they're a bit sloppy in their home defeats recently as well, with all the extras and no balls, and proved costly. Borthwick again now to Allen. That's up in the air, and that's cleared quite easily. Bryden Carse at long off. He's on the ropes, and it's been dropped again. Front tier of the pavilion, and that's 50 for Allen. 21 balls.
Brilliant 50. 21 balls, just missing out on the fastest half-century in T20 cricket for Lancashire, which was Joss Buckley. His 50 came off 20 balls, but 21 deliveries for Finn Allen. Blistering stuff with the bat. Just a reminder for you, for BBC Radio Lancashire listeners, you need to make sure you're on DAB to continue to listen to the cricket.
Borthwick in from the pavilion end, pulled by Allen. There's 2 men out on cow corner. It's cut off by, I think, Potts. Good throw back towards the bowler's end. 2 runs. Is that his 4th half-century of the campaign, did you say?
I think it is, yeah. He's got 73, I think his top score. He got 66 last week against Northants.
Borthwick in and bowls. Dropped short on the leg side. Borthwick chases after it. A little bit of hesitation from Jennings originally. Borthwick has collected the ball and is now lying on his back, and he's burnt his back.
Like I said before, when you dive on this square, it's hard like concrete. It's not the place to be diving.
You're leaving part of you out there.
And he's left a little bit of his backside on the 3rd wicket along, which is probably one of the softer ones. It's got a bit of green on it as well. So if it was a 2nd wicket, it is like concrete. So he's lucky, but at times fielding on, especially the wicket ends, can be quite tough.
Last ball for Borthwick, 86 for none. Jennings plays it out past the discs on the leg side along the floor for 1. And that is the end of the over. 87 for none.
These two have shared a century partnership already this season in the Blast. Keaton Jennings and Finn Allen. In fact, it was the first time that a pair of them played together. Jennings making 88 and Finn Allen making 60 in that game where they put on 118 runs against the not-out Bulls. Again, that went on to be tied. Do we know what a tie would do for qualification, or should we not go down that route?
It wouldn't ruin it for Durham.
Okay.
It would mean they'd need to win at Notts on Sunday and hope Lancashire lose.
Right. At least you know that. I have no idea what a tie would do for Lancashire. But I think I've got some information in front of me that might tell me that. We're going to see Ben Rain from the Brian Stay the Men. Keaton Jennings on strike, he's 25 not out. We've had 7 overs. And Rain for Durham. Right arm around the wicket to Jennings. Muscles it down towards long on for a single. Jennings up to 26. Score moves on to 88 without loss. Sean Dixon's been busy tonight. Down on the boundary in front of the media centre.
Not as busy as Alex Davis was against Northants.
He was all over the place, wasn't he?
He was. Well, he's everywhere the ball went.
So. He was, yeah. Some kind of tracking device on him. The ball just followed him around the outfield. There's Rain. Over the wicket this time. Shuffling back into his crease. Drilling it through extra cover. 4 runs for Finn Allen. 4 more to add to the total for him. 92 for no wicket, and these two are on the brink for the 2nd time in the competition of putting on a 100 partnership. Finn Allen moves up to 59 from 24 balls, 7 fours now for him.
Remember last year it was Jennings and Davies put on 170 against Durham at the top of the order.
Blimey. You enjoyed that one, Martin, didn't you? There's Rain in to Allen. That's pulled out through square leg. He's got 4 more. Beating Travaskis out on the leg side boundary. Timed it beautifully, rattled away towards the rope. Hits the old advertising board in towards where those big comfy sofas are. 96 for no wicket. Allen moves to 63 not out.
I'm not really sure what tactics to go with here, Durham. Ben Rain looks like he's slightly bowling sort of off-cutters, a little bit slower pace, off-cutters, trying to get a little bit of grip out of the surface. It's not really working. The ball seems to be sitting up and be there to be hit, really.
Rain over the wicket balls. Eagles again, leg side. But this time it will be scooped up. I'm going to come back and add 2 to the total, which he does. He's up to 65 not out, 98 without lost. 2 balls left of the 8th. Finn Allen looks in the mood tonight, doesn't he?
He is. I think Potts, 2 overs for 19. He went to his Yorkers, his wide Yorkers. I think Yorkers might be the key, and you might see the Lancashire go into Yorkers quite quickly.
Rain to Allen, drill down towards long on, Borthwick Fields.
Like that, Ben Rains attempted Yorker there, and he got it slightly wrong. It's a low foot toss, but it just gets drilled out to long on for 1. If he bowls his cutters and they get, they hold up in the surface, Finn Allen can either pull them out or he can try and slap them past wide cover. It gives him more options. I think he's got to be brave and look to bowl his Yorkers. Maybe off cutters at Jennings, left-handed, the ball might grip a little bit, but Finn Allen, I think he's got to go into deft bowling.
Final ball of the 8th. This is swatted out through the onside by Keaton Jennings, and they come back for 2. So there's the century partnership flashing up on the board. 101 without loss. 8 overs to put on 101 runs between Keaton Jennings and Finn Allen. 66 to Allen, 28 to Jennings. Little punch of the fist between the 2 batsmen. Perhaps a change of gloves required for Keaton Jennings. But a fabulous start with the bat for Lancashire Lightning here in Manchester. Live from Emirates Old Trafford. It is the blast fixture, the Vitality blast fixture between Lightning and Durham for a place in the quarterfinals. Potentially that could be settled for Lancashire Lightning if they beat Durham tonight and results elsewhere go in their favour. Of course, Durham know that anything other than a defeat for this evening would leave them cooked for the competition this year and unable to progress to the knockout stage.
Yeah, it's a shame for Durham. I think leaving it to the last and needing some wins to go to Old Trafford and go to Trent Bridge is a hell of a challenge.
Oh, this is up in the air. Cast is coming in underneath it, and Allen's gone. Eventually a wicket. Allen is caught off Borthwick for 66 after an opening stand of 101 in 8.1 overs. Well, Durham desperately needed that.
They did, and again, from our position, it looked like he got hold of it again and it was going to go sailing 20 rows back and be dropped in the crowd, but he didn't quite get it. He came off it a little bit and it got held quite well in the deep from Cast. He sort of had a bit of a wobble at times where he was getting in position, but then he held a really good catch, and it's a big catch because Finn Allen was going to run away with the game. He was going to make it impossible for Durham to get back into this fixture. That wicket really changes it, but what a incredible innings that is from Finn Allen up front tonight for Lancashire. 66. He's got them off to an absolute fire. They're 101 without loss, 8.1 overs. They obviously were 101 for 1 now. But it's a hell of a start for Lancashire, and it puts a real dent in the game for Durham.
It's why you lot want to bat at the top, isn't it, really? It's where all the glory is, isn't it, in T20 cricket?
Well, I think you'll find they don't rush to the top in first-class cricket. They do in T20 cricket.
Borthwick, the batsman crossed. They could have crossed about 3 times. It was in the air that long. 1 run here for Jennings, and Alex Davies now comes in, who also has the record for the highest one-day score on this ground, which was against Durham. It was 146, I think, wasn't it?
I think it's where I went wrong in my career. I seem to have an interchanging opening partner at times when I open the batting in first-class cricket, and then obviously got moved to the middle order in one-day cricket. Probably shows my lack of ability more than anything else, I would have thought. But I was like, I could quite open the batting, but they were queuing up in there, and then we had some wonderful ball strikers, so it worked really well.
Davis on strike, chops at that one. It goes off down towards the deep backward point area.
No, I don't think Lancs have seen the best of Alex Davis this year. He's had one cracking innings, but the challenge of batting at 3 is different to opening. And if he's followed some big innings, he's coming into so this will only benefit for Alex Davis in the future as well. Adding this repertoire to be able to come in when the field's out and play. He's a talented cricketer for Lancashire, and done extremely well over the last couple of years.
Borthwick to Jennings. Jennings with a little tap out through mid-wicket for 1. That's Davies done against Durham. Oh yes, only that 170 run opening stand last year. Slipped my mind. He got 65 in that one. Borthwick again, cut by Davies out through towards the cover boundary for one. Keaton Jennings made 108 in that partnership last year. Davies 65. Borthwick, last ball of his over coming up, 105 for 4 Lancashire, having decided to bat. Pulled by Borthwick out of deep mid-wicket to Travaskis. End of the over. So 9 gone, 106 for 1. With Allen gone, Durham have an opportunity here maybe just to rein this back in a little bit and just slow the run rate down. And
I see what you did there with Ben Rain, currently bowling, but obviously he's been taken off now. So
yeah,
I think they're going to go into spin, try and shut the game down as best they can. That way it's a little bit easier now with Finn Allen obviously out, Davis starting at the crease, and Jennings, he faced 26 balls. So the two spinners can bowl, Borthwick and Travaskis, and hopefully shut the game right down, get Durham back into the game, and hopefully pick up a few wickets for this middle period.
Travaskis then from the state of the men, left arm around on the reverse, so it beats the infield, and Jennings gets 4 more down towards the hotel.
Rain's not happy, is he? I think he thought he had that one. By the way, Finn Allen has just got to 1,000 T20 runs, 28 appearances, he's averaging 41. And his highest score 92.
110 for 1 as we start the 10th over. Plays that reverse sweep well, doesn't he, Jennings?
He does. He plays spin well in general, really, really well. One of the reasons why he did so well in the subcontinent for England and was thought of again to play over there. It's his reverse sweep is a go-to, especially with the ball turning into and the ball sort of turns back onto his reverse sweep. So he'll be looking to play it a lot, I would have thought.
Travaskis, and again, he's got bat on ball to kind of get a hold of the whole thing this time, but squirts down inside the ring. And Jennings gets a single, moves up to 36.
Before the wicket, Raymond tweeted to say this could be at least 220. And Chris said this isn't going well unless things change suddenly. A lot of records could be broken. How will that wicket change the complexion of this game? 111 for 1 now.
Yeah, Davis on strike. Is he looking out towards the leg side? Travaskis in his sunglasses in from the state of the men to Davis. Goes back and dabs the ball out towards point. Pick up and throw towards the...
Now he's trimmed the bails, eh?
He has. Direct hit, but Davis must be fine. No particular sense of urgency from the umpire. So Davis up to 3. 112 for 1. Travaskis has gone for 25 so far. Halfway into his second. Jennings waits. He'll shuffle down the pitch and then flicks it down towards short fine leg. And jogs through for 1. 37 off 29, Keaton Jennings. But as Martin and Paul were describing, that Finn Allen really has been the star of the show so far. 66 from 28. But he's back in the pavilion. Davis waiting. Travaskis in, it goes on the reverse, and the ball deflects off Littlebat, off somewhere on his body.
So it was worth a shout actually from Travaskis because he made a right mess of that.
The leg bar has been signalled. Davis remains on 3. Score moves on to 114 for 1. So it's the final ball of the 10th at the halfway stage after this. Travaskis to Jennings it will be. He just picks out the infield, and they think about one, but they send it back. That's the end of the 10th over. So Davis 3, Jennings 37, 114 for 1, halfway stage. And the wicket was crucial, really, wasn't it, for Durham? It has just slowed things down, as wickets tend to do.
Yeah, wickets are crucial. They do slow it down, and obviously when a batter like Finn Allen is going extremely well and smacking the ball out of the ground, then you do need to get rid of him, otherwise he takes the game away. And obviously spin can do this in the middle period. The middle period isn't as destructive as the first 6 overs. So as we pan to the hotel, which is busy tonight.
It is again.
Borthwick bowls. This is pulled out towards deep mid wicket for 1 run by Davis.
Perfect night for the old sitting on the old balcony again, isn't it? Get the supplies in. Bit of room service again.
Yeah. It's a lot busier tonight. Every room looks really full out there. I wonder if we'll have any proposals tonight, like we did against the North game. It was a wonderful proposal went on.
Very emotional.
This is high, and it's heading towards the hotel boundary, and it's got there 6 runs.
Blimey, that's a big hit
for Jennings. And way out there in the deep is
I think it's Bryden Cars. Yeah,
and he ran a long way, but the ball just beyond him cleared the rope by about 3 or 4 yards, didn't it?
It's a really big hit by Jennings. It kept Cars interested for quite a while. He thought he had a chance, and it just sort of tailed away from him, and obviously was a little bit over his head. So in the end, it went for 6. But hell of a strike.
Yeah. Borthwick in again. This is drilled out. Oh, could be a run out here. Davies is out of his... Oh, Borthwick's missed the stumps. Davies was out of his ground. The ball came back to him from Bancroft, so it was played towards just slightly wide mid-off. Bancroft threw the ball back to Borthwick. He leapt up, but when he got the ball, he then couldn't reach the bails. He was too high off the ground. A life for Davies when he was on just 4. Borthwick 2. Jennings again, a top edge, and he's gone. Van Meekeren takes a catch at fine leg on the discs, and that is the end of Jennings for 43. So Durham starting to make a bit of progress here now. Lancashire 121 for 2 after 10.4 overs.
It's another good wicket for Durham, actually, to remove Jennings. He just hit a 6-2 balls earlier, but he'd be disappointed, Jennings, actually. He was looking really, really good. He's shaking his head as he walks off. He's disappointed with the dismissal, but he's a little bit unlucky, I think, to get a top edge. The sweeps on, he plays it really well. He's unlucky it helped Paul Van Meekeren, as I described before, is 6'4". So to get over him at 45, he needed a little bit more on him. So it's a big wicket for Durham because it brings 2 new batters relatively to the crease, and hopefully they can get some control, like I said before, with the 2 spinners, which they are doing with Borthwick, who's got 2 for 24 off 2.4, and Chavascas. But they're going to need... Lancashire might have a little bit of a rebuilding period here with Alex Davis and Villas, but it won't be for long because they're going to play some aggressive cricket. They've got quite a long batting order. And I think, if Durham can get under keep Lancashire under 200, they'll be happy.
Borthwick in again. Defended by Davis. It bounces back to the bowler. Are you saying Van Meekeren's now 6'4"? So he's grown an inch during the game.
I said he was 6'4" before and 6'2" for, and you said 6'3" for both. So I'm waiting for you to Google it, actually.
This is turned off towards square leg. Will it not have his height on his cricket info profile, would it?
Well, he might do. He might have it on his Wikipedia, but he might have changed it himself. I think I was 6 foot on my Wikipedia. So.
Yes.
You can do whatever you want in your own Wikipedia, I'm sure. So.
A colleague who shall remain nameless once altered a Sony award-winning football commentator's Wikipedia page to suggest that he was no longer doing the job after developing an unfortunate habit of swearing on air. That was on there for a few weeks before he spotted it and changed it.
Yeah, I think sometimes you can get run away with what you are and what you do. And there's been a famous story come out recently from an ex-player of Lancashire, Adrian Shanker. There was a story.
Oh yes.
If you ever watched the movie Catch Me If You Can, well, if you lived through that, it was very much like that.
Because he went to Worcestershire as well, didn't he?
Yeah, amazingly, he did. Yes.
Yes.
Here's Cars in and bowling, and that's cut over the man at backward point down towards the wide third man boundary. And Davis want to come charging back for a second and does.
He was the cricketing equivalent of George Weah's cousin at Southampton, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think he actually did have trials at Arsenal as well. Was one of his things. A great story. It's actually been published, I think, recently. And,
yeah,
there's a lot of.
It was in the Cricketer, wasn't it? Or was it?
There is, yeah, it's like a six-part. Six-parter, actually. I've actually retweeted an old scorecard from a friend of mine. I'm going to sound like Jeffrey Boycott here when I played back in my day. This is how I did it. And I was batting 4 here, a game against Worcester where we got 194 for 3. And I managed to squeeze 71 off 43 balls in the middle period there. So
remember it well?
Yeah. So managed to squeeze a couple in. There's a couple of Junaid Khan, James Anderson was in that game. Young Alex, Jordan Clark, Stephen Parry.
You skipper then?
Yeah, it says captain. Yeah.
Was it you who broke Ben Stokes' finger at Durham?
It was,
When
yes.
He hit it like a shell, and he was standing at point and tried to take the catch.
I don't know. I think he's got in a bad position.
Well, his finger did. He ended up
probably.
having to go to America, to somewhere like Minneapolis or Indianapolis, to have surgery on his finger.
Speaking of which, Alex Davis is just having his thumb
Strapped
strapped up,
by,
yeah.
Sam Byrne.
It's Lancashire physio Sam Byrne with the mask on.
By the way, Stokes has turned up at the International T20 tonight with a Phil Foden hairdo.
That's the next stage for you, Paul. That.
There you are.
It is, yeah. I didn't get the
Actually,
text
it's more
on
like
that.
who was that singer? It's more Eminem, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's the tattoos that make him more Eminem.
Yeah. Slim Shady.
He's pulling off well there, I reckon. Stokes, he looks really good. Maybe Scott Reed will go for that, actually.
Scott's got those glasses. Scott wanted to be a pilot, so at least he's got the aviator shades.
His cast looks like Davis is okay. Oof. Ooh, that's come off a little inside edge. It's gone past his stumps down towards the boundary. Oh, he's got 4 for it. Oh, that's a nice way to get back up and running after a bit of an injury intervention. A little inside edge, which he didn't know a great deal about. Past his stumps and down towards the boundary for 4.
French
so Davis
cut.
moves to 7.
French cut, old-fashioned French
Yeah.
cut. I like this bowling change for Durham. I think Bryden Cast, the big strike bowler, getting back on here, try and take another wicket. Or Lancashire have lost 2. To remove Villas, or one of Villas and Davis, would be another big step for Durham. So it's an aggressive move.
Davis in 11 now. And chopping the ball away through the offside, just in front of the umpire, towards the point boundary for a single. 12 to Alex Davis, 129 for 2. That brings Villas on strike for the first time since replacing Keaton Jennings, a Lancashire captain.
154 runs this season and an average of 19. Highest score 40 not out for Dane Villas.
He goes through his little rehearsals, gets himself set, and passes into Villas. It's full of length. He brings his bat down, just jabs it up towards mid-on where Borthwick fields, and he's up and running. Villas gets his first run. 130 for 2 brings Alex Davis back on strike. 2 balls left of the 12th. Davis looking out over his shoulder there towards the leg side boundary, where there's a couple of boundary fielders. There's a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket. Out towards the right of the screen there. Oh no, yeah. Leg side boundary. There's a fine leg, a third man. Extra cover as well. Forward goes Davis. Nice little punch into the offside, but Cameron Bancroft is there for Durham, and there's no run. Davis remains on 12.
I think it looks like, obviously, Liam Trevaskis might come at the James Anderson end and bowl his spin-overs from up there, maybe follow Borthwick after he finishes his 4th. Durham have any other options to bowl spin through this middle period?
Ned Eckersley bowled an over at Edgbaston last week.
Final ball of the 12th. Cast to Davis, just scooped up. Oh, and a pick up and throw again. It's pretty sharp towards the stumps, trying to run Dane Villas out, but the ball hit Villas somewhere.
The answer would be not really. I mean, Graham Clark, I don't think you'd throw him in to bowl some spin tonight.
Yeah, I sort of thought that, and it's probably one of the challenges Durham have faced. Obviously, the 8 overs are really key, but as someone like Old Trafford, it's really handy if you have a third option as a spin bowler. Obviously, if you can get to 10 and 12, especially if the ball coming on has been so sort of ineffective in a way, if you know what I mean. Especially, so you don't really go to too much seam. You'd like to go to some off spin or something slightly different to try and shut people down. So I suppose that's why casts come on, to obviously fill in some this end. But I suppose you haven't got it, and probably one of the challenges and wickets that have turned or might turn, a challenge maybe for the Durham lineup at the moment.
Yeah. Things have slowed a little bit, though, as Borthwick's ball to Davies has played back to him via the ground. I mean, they were absolutely flying, weren't they? And they lost Allen, so they've added... they've only added about 16 in the last 3 and a bit overs. So it's gone off towards point from Davis. 1 run. Picked up by Beddingham.
He's bowled really well here, Scott Borthwick, from that end. Picked up 2 key wickets. Only 2 wickets to fall. His leg spin's been really effective, and his leg spin's been a real... it's a real coup, especially in T20 cricket, because he's a hell of a batsman as well. So to have him bowl leg spin 4 overs and then bat where he does, it's a great asset for Durham.
This has gone off towards point for 1 for Villas. Borthwick's now got 64 wickets for Durham in T20, and in all 73. Halfway through this 13th over, cut by Davies out towards the point boundary. Travaskis fields it. 1 run. And about those comfy chairs over there earlier, Scott. The big, look like Chesterfields. Are they inflatables? Are they real?
I think they're real.
They're real, are they?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. White Chesterfield suites.
Are they really?
This is dabbed away by Villas up towards me on 1 run. Good fielding there from Dixon, coming in quick off the boundary. The first floor of the hotel, I've stayed in there before, but the people on those rooms there, they've actually got a big patio area out in front of their rooms. They're not on a balcony. There's a huge area you can walk around, and there's tables and whatnot there, so they've got a great view. It's played by Davies off towards point again. 1 run, end of the over. 136 for 2 after 13, and I think they've sort of like a mini bar area down there as well, so that's a nice place to be. I've stayed in that hotel once. I was on the top floor.
They're the seats.
They're the seats.
Look at that.
I reckon,
Tremendous,
I reckon you could pull a little thing out of them and they'd deflate.
I think
There's
they're
a little plug in those.
inflatable.
Yeah, they're inflatable.
I think they
well, that guy's in his swimming trunks as well. So.
Oh, they do look a bit bouncy, don't they, actually? Yeah. If one was to sit down hard, the other one would fly off.
Or if you stand up, the thing floats away over the roof of the stand.
Look nice and comfy, though. And you got the sun all day as well, haven't you, as well? Quite nice. Yeah. A little whiskey.
Well, I was wrong. Travaskis is coming down at the end. We are here, that we are commentating from. But obviously he's going to bowl these overs, but he's coming back on following Bryden Cass.
136 for 2. Davies just leans into it, pushes it down the ground. Oh, Scott Borthwick up from long on to field. Davies to 17. Lancashire Lightning to 137 for 2. So Liam Travaskis from the Brian Statham end. 3rd over for him. Wicketless so far. Borthwick's picked up the 2 to fall. Phillips gets the ball through the onside up towards the edge of the 30-metre circle, and they've come back for a second. Throw comes in from Dixon, loses his cap in the process. But nicely run by Villas. Just weighted the shot, didn't he, towards the edge of the 30-metre circle, allowing him to come back for a second by the time the field came up.
Yeah, the key is how he plays it. He doesn't overhit it. He doesn't try and overhit it. He tries to get it to finish on the edge of the circle, like you say, into a gap on the angle, and then Alex Davies can get back for 2.
He whips the ball away through the onside. Up come those fielders on the leg side boundary again. Sean Dixon there. Been busy tonight. Scoops the ball up. Villas moves up to 6. Lancashire Lightning to 140 for 2. So Davies back on strike.
I've got an observation about those chairs in that bar.
Okay. About the inflatable chairs?
Yeah.
Right. Travaskis to Davies. Leave it till the end of the over. As Davies pushes into the offside, there's no run because he's going to get through these overs pretty quickly. 140 for 2. 17 to Davies. Again, he's looking towards that big boundary out on the leg side. There's 3 fielders guarding it. Down the pitch he comes, swats the ball with not a great deal of timing. To Borthwick. He's up from the long on boundary. And he moves up to 18. 141 for 2.
Not been a bad over this, just 5 from it so far.
Yeah, it's been a really good over.
Can Travaskis get through it? Final ball of it. He's into the Lancashire captain, Dame Villas. And it's just a single. Villas coming a step down the pitch towards him and nudging it out through mid-wicket. Yeah, decent stuff from Travaskis. So if we had 14 overs gone, 142 for 2. Dame Villas on 18. It's a correction. Dame Villas on 7. Alex Davies on 18. Borthwick's bowled out 4 overs, 2 for 30. Travaskis has bowled 3 overs for 32.
Floaty chairs. Look at those chairs are inflatable, so they float. Look at the name of the bar.
It's the Titanic distilleries. I get you, yeah. Little floatable chairs on the Titanic.
Yeah, I don't know how they look.
I hope they have a.
They look inflatable, but they look heavy to me, so I'm a bit torn. They don't look.
You're
like
uncertain, aren't you?
I am uncertain. I do think they are inflatable, but I think they're either pinned down or weighted down.
They'll have a compressor to blow them up. I couldn't imagine somebody doing it with a foot pump.
I can imagine Daniel Gidney just before every game, the Lancashire chief exec, just going around making sure they're all inflated okay.
Good workout.
Paul Allen, he'll be doing a bit as well. He'll get involved in that. Chappie's got naught to do. He'll do a bit as well.
I hope there is a foot pump, because you don't want to have a slow puncture over there and slowly end up into your slump down on one side as it falls up.
You start off with a nice view of the match, and halfway through you're staring at the sky.
Yeah, you're not sure how many beers you've had, and you're looking up to it, and you're not scared. So you're looking at a floodlight that's on because it's been on for an hour and a half.
It's Ben Rain into the attack from Scott's end. Or is it my end?
It's your end,
It's
mate.
my end, isn't it?
Your
Yeah, sorry. It's gone for one off towards deep square leg.
I think the challenge Durham have is that they've bowled 7 overs of their spin. They've got 6 overs left in the game. They've only got 1 over left to spin that's used up. The spin has done really well for them. It's gone at...
Well, Rain's going to be key with his cutters here, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He looks like he's taking the pace off, trying to bowl faster sort of off spin.
Here he comes, and a little ramp shot from Davis. He'd already made his mind up he was going to play that shot before I think the bowler had even released it. It's gone down to Clark, fine leg on the discs.
Birmingham Bears are 98 for 5 in the 15th over against Worcestershire Rapids. 98 for 5 in the 15th.
They've imploded, haven't they? Don't know what's gone on there. Durham did the double over them this year. Rain in, and a chop into the ground by Villas. It bobbles across towards point and is eventually collected by Beddingham. I'm around here tomorrow, Scott, so I think I might go and watch Ramy against Todmorden in a Lancashire League game.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
Might be a bit too hot, though. It's going to be 26, 27 degrees. 20's plenty. In fact, a 50 job tomorrow. Rain in again, and Davis plays it to short extra cover to Bancroft, no run.
Mentioned that Birmingham Bears game because should Lancashire win, it would eliminate Durham from the knockout stage, and if Birmingham Bears lose that match, then Lancashire would qualify tonight. Durham have got to win.
Everybody would be cut adrift because Worcestershire would move on to 16 points, wouldn't they? And Lancashire would move on to 14. Rain in, slower ball. And it's carved over the top of the covers. Travaskis out on the far side on the boundary, sweeping up. 2 runs to Davis.
Yeah, Birmingham seem to have lost their way a little bit in the competition. They were off to a really good start, won a lot of cricket games, didn't they? And have had some strange sort of batting collapses and challenges in the latter stages of the competition. And if they don't get up tonight, it looks like that might be it for them for this year's T20 Blast.
Last ball of the over from Rain. Davis comes down the track, drags it into the floor, past square leg to the boundary for 1. So 15 gone, 148 for 2 here on BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Radio Newcastle.
Setting this up nicely, Lancashire. Obviously, Durham will be happy with the last couple of overs. They've managed to put the brakes on after the 2 wickets, but Lancashire are always going to go through a little period of building a little bit, and Davis and Villas both have to get into the crease, but now set up nicely. 5 overs to go, 8 wickets left in hand, 148 for 2 on the board. Lancashire will be targeting 200 plus. Durham, on the other side, will be looking at trying to keep them under 200 and more into sort of 190s to keep it less than 10s for this evening.
So at this stage, 5 overs left. If Durham keep it under 200, do you think they're happy with that?
I think they're happy from the position. They're probably not happy from where they started.
No, but from this position,
yes.
Yeah. Travaskis into to Davis. That's chopped away through extra cover. The ball rolling out towards the rope, but it's picked up nicely by Graham Clark, sliding in front of that.
I think if Durham go for less than 50 or less than 10s in the last 5 overs with 8 wickets left, they'll take that. Lancashire wanting to looking to get 10s and above and get over 200. That'll be sort of the conversations.
150 up with that, by the way. That at 2. Davis down the pitch, back over the bowler's head, and all the way down below us for 6. For Alex Davis off the bowling of Travascus. Little step down the pitch, bang, back up and over the bowler's head. And that nestles over the advertising board and just below the sight screen. And Davis moves up to 30 from 25 balls, his first 6. Didn't take too much encouragement to get down to Travascus, did he there, really? Skipping towards the bowler. Back in again to Davis. Oh. This time he bottom edges it back down the pitch and there's no run.
Pakistan 150 for none in the 15th over, and Baba Azam 83 from 47 balls, 3 6s and 8 4s.
Where's that being played tonight?
Shrimp Bridge. Travascus left arm around to Davis. That's played away through extra cover. Davis to 31, 157 for 2. So a big score at Trent Bridge in the T20 International. Potentially a big score here for Lancashire Lightning in the Vitality Blast. Skipper's back on strike. 2 balls left of the over. Travascus to Villas. It's muscled out towards mid-wicket. Oh, it bounces and then bursts underneath the fingers in between the legs of Sean Dixon. And down towards the boundary for 4 runs. I think he didn't quite sure. We'll look back on the replay here, whether to go forward and try and take the catch or stay back and stop it. In the end, Paul, he did neither.
He sort of didn't. It was hard. It was hit hard and flat. He wants to come in and take the catch because it's obviously Dane Villas. In the end, he needs to stop the boundary as well. He can't run in and let it go for 4. So he has to do something.
Villas to 13 now, 161 for 2. It's just eased gently away through extra cover. Bancroft Fields, end of the over, so 16 gone, 4 remain, 8 wickets in hand for Lancashire Lightning to try and get themselves a total in the region of perhaps 200. Davis on 31, Villas on 14. It's a good night for the kids inside the ground. Again, we're still with limited capacity here, unfortunately, but final group game tomorrow night again will also be limited crowds, but those who have been lucky enough to be able to get a ticket are enjoying the sunshine, enjoying the drinks and enjoying the cricket from a Lancashire point of view so far.
Lancashire were the first side to score 200 or more against Durham. There have actually been 9 occasions now and that's happened. They made 208 at Old Trafford in 2005, and in the same game Malloy became the first player to score a century against Durham. So that's their highest score against Durham. And Durham one of 4 teams to score 200 against Lancashire in a group game, 200 for 6 in 2011. Potts back into the attack now from the pavilion end. Right arm over here to Villas, who drives up to long on for 1. Borthwick all the way up there, fielding it?
Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
163 for 2. Potts so far none for 20 from 2.1 overs. He was a bit expensive the other night against Derbyshire, went for 50.
I thought Potts has done well tonight, but first 2 overs in the power play, only going for 19.
Comes in again, that's up in the air, that might carry. Oh, it hasn't quite. Travascus is out on the point boundary, it bounced just in front of him. He's staring back across towards the sun, and if that's not enough, he's also staring into a laser beam of a floodlight as well. But other than that, he should have really been able to come and get that one.
Probably slightly maybe put off by the way that Dixon came in, didn't get it, and then off his bowling, he was not that happy about it, so he wouldn't want to do it himself, would he?
Awkward one where he's getting it in the face as well if you don't time it right. Now this could be out. No, it's bounced just short of Borthwick, a long on from Villas. It's one of those where, do you go for it, risk diving in? If it doesn't go right, you get the ball in the face, or perhaps miss it and it goes out, or do you just settle for 1 and back off slightly?
It's hard, it all happens really quickly, and you've got to make them decisions quite quick. And it was hard for Sean Dixon, it was hit flat.
Potts to Davies, who chops hard, and that bounces high out towards the discs on the offside. Bancroft collects it, it's 1 run.
Potts is doing really well. He's using his Yorker well. He's using his change of pace, and in his mix, he's not becoming predictable with what he's trying to do. He's actually having a really good evening with the ball tonight. In what is a hard conditions to bowl. He's doing really well. Hopefully, he can finish off well for Durham.
Here he comes again. That's up in the air. Borthwick's coming in from the boundary at long on, and it's out. And Potts was already punching his fists in delight there as he realised Borthwick was going to get that one. And the wicket falls. Positioned himself nicely there, just had to jockey himself along the line and make sure he didn't get too close to the ropes. So Villas goes for 16. Sorry, Davies for 33.
No, it's Villas.
Villas, sorry.
Yeah, Villas.
Yeah. One of the names is very dark and the other one's quite light. So it's Villas has gone for 16, 166 for 3.
Quite like the little hug that Stephen Croft gave Alex Davis then. That was nice, wasn't it? That's very kind of team spirit, that wasn't it? Have a little hug when you go out. Start your innings, Paul, with a little hug.
Well, it's hugging's gone out the window in his.
Oh yeah, you can't hug. Don't do that again.
You can only hug people you're in a bubble with.
Oh, that's very true.
You know of past tests, so and obviously your wife. So if Stephen Croft is not hugging his wife at the moment, I'm sure he is. And I hope you're listening, Georgia. She's obviously doing really well out there. But his teammates are his next go-to for hugs, aren't they?
Yeah.
Not that he's he's probably seen enough of them over the 20 years he's played, Stephen Croft. But yeah, lovely hug. He's not allowed to hug me, put it that way. Not without a mask on.
Not with that shirt you're wearing, no.
Davies on strike, drives at that one. It's gone off towards deep backward point for 1. Stephen Croft got a big score against Durham, didn't he, when he opened the batting here? It was the first time he'd opened the batting for 10 years. 2019, he got 65 not out.
Doesn't open the batting too much, does he, Stephen Croft, in T20 cricket?
Well, he hadn't for 10 years. So
I can't work out why you keep coming up with these stats. You keep just saying all of Durham's poor performances and how many people have loaded up scoring runs and wickets. Is it the reverse psychology? So
no, because when Durham are batting, I'll tell you how many runs their players have scored against Lancashire.
As long as you're even, that's the main thing.
Well, people seeing themselves flashed up on the old big screen in the temporary stand, the party stand. It is the party stand now. That'll be in full flow for the T20 international against Pakistan. Blimey, about 8,000 in there. They'll be bouncing around for that England-Pakistan game. Here's rain from the state of the men. Bowling to Davis. That's carved over point down towards the boundary. Will it reach the rope? I suspect it will. And there it goes. Flicking the boundary rope for 4. Moving Lancashire Lightning onto 171 for 3. I can tell, Martin, you're poised with some fascinating stats.
Matty Potts last year, best bowling figures broken 3 times. 3 for 19 against Leicestershire, 3 for 14 against Yorkshire, and his career best, 3 for 8 against Lancashire.
Fantastic.
There you are.
The research is quite something else. Rain to Davis. That's pulled behind square on the leg side. And it'll be worth 2 for Davis. So he's up to 40 from 32. Took a bit of a time to get going, didn't he, Davis? But he's caught up. 40 from 32. 2 fours, 1 6, 173 for 3. Having opened the batting for so many years for Lancashire, certainly the last 3 or 4 years, Davis at the top of the order, but I need to get used to batting at 3 at the minute. Rain to Davis. Guides the ball out towards point. It'll shuffle back into his crease and picked up again by Clark. So Davis to 41, 174 for 3. Halfway into the 18th over.
Do we have Paul Van Meerken's height yet?
I looked it up, it's not on his Wikipedia page.
Oh, do you want me to fill it in and put 6.4?
Yeah.
6'4".
Yeah, get on there and do it,
Here's Rain to Croft. It's driven through mid-off for a single.
Used to
off
have,
the mark with that, 175 for 3.
Cricketers who's who, they used to have their height in there,
didn't they? Yeah.
But the players,
everything they had in there.
yeah,
everything.
players very rarely ever fill their own questionnaires in for that one, so you've got some rather obscure supposed hobbies and things like that.
I think, you're right. Players didn't fill their own in; they filled each other's in.
Yeah.
At times.
Hence, it was utter nonsense in there. This is on the end. It's reached Davis on the full, and he's going to hit it on the reverse and going to run for it. Just flicking it down towards the infield behind square. So Davis moves to 42. One ball left of the 18th over. So 2 overs remaining after this. So there's...
I'd say there'd be 1 for Cast and 1 for Potts to finish, I would have thought.
Yeah. 13 balls left. Lancashire eyeing up a big total at 176 for 3 at the minute. Croft almost waiting for this in the crease and then muscling it through the onside. Borthwick pick up and throw, and Croft with the dive in, but he's in with the dive is Stephen Croft, and he's come back for a very sharp second. He moves up to 3. 178 for 3. Croft has 3. Davis has 42. It looks like he turned quickly, Croft here. He's having to go through the gears and the full dive, but
he's got himself all dirty.
He did. And the old belly flop from Croft, wasn't it? Hit the dirt, but safely home. So 2 overs remain. 178 for 3.
Somebody
Davis
wearing
42.
a fez in the crowd there. What football top's he got on?
It's a great fez, isn't it? I mean, that's tremendous.
It's red and white stripes, but it doesn't look like a Sunderland top. A few beers being imbibed in the evening sunshine. Potts then to finish off. 1 for 24 from 3 so far for him. Right arm over from the pavilion end, and that's driven, and Borthwick's off the pitch and watching that go. Oh, we've got a catch in the crowd at last. Well done.
Great
Good
catch
effort.
that in the crowd.
6 rows back at the front of the point.
Here we go. It's gone high, hasn't it? In towards the stand. Who's under it? Good take.
There we are.
Look at that. Easy beans. No worries. Well done, sir. Look at that. All in a day's work. It's going to sanitise the ball now. Next time, drop it.
Borthwick's just standing beyond the boundary rope at the moment, asking, where do you want me? And I think if there's going to be another one of those, probably row 7. Picked that up well, didn't he, Davies? And he's gone to 48 as well.
He did.
2 6s, 2 4s.
He missed his length there, didn't he? Potts, he didn't get it full enough for looking for his Yorker. It became a length ball, and Davis, hell of a strike. Dispatched over long on for 6.
Potts in again then. How will he respond? He's swept. It's a sweep slog out towards the deep mid-wicket. It bounces safely. He'll get 2.
50.
And that's his 50 in 36 balls.
Well battered, Alex Davis. Half century for him. 2 4s, 2 6s. Clearly a different, having to adjust ball, isn't it? I mean,
13th time he's got to 50.
Mentioned batting at the top and then batting at 3. You might not come into bat when during a power play. Just change your approach, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. It's not a huge adjustment because normally you're in a power play.
Batsman's come down the track there, and Potts has targeted it just wide of off stump, just to bowl it away from him. He's played and missed.
But Finn Allen and Keaton Jennings have had some longer partnerships. They've had some partnerships that lasted out of the power play. So Alex Davis had to start quite a few of his recent innings in the middle period, and it's slightly different. And as you can see, he's got going and played really well tonight and found his tempo. And then, a 36 ball 50 through the middle period is wonderful for Lancashire, taking them up over 200, I think.
Potts bowls, that's up in the air, and it's going to land safely, and it's gone for 4. Wow. Well, he's driven that. He's attempted Yorker around about off stump. He's met it just before it bounced. He's driven it over the fielders on the discs and way out towards the cover boundary for 4. It was a really powerful shot, that.
Hell of a strike. It looked like he was down to play that slug sweeper game, but it was wide on him, and he ended up going over cover. And I didn't think he got anything of it, and Travascus gave it up really early, and it went bounce for 4. It was a hell of a strike over wide
lesson
cover
in
there.
Physics and kinetic energy, I think.
Yeah.
Potts bowls. It's a shortish one. It's lobbed up. Bancroft's chasing after it. It's gone over him, and Travascus coming around on that cover boundary will sweep up. That's 2. Van Meeker has only bowled the 1 over tonight. He went for 15 earlier on, but you'd imagine Cast will bowl the death over. So Travascus none for 46 from 4. Borthwick 2 for 30 from 4. Rain none for 31 from 3. And Meeker and none for 15 from 1. 1 ball left for Potts. 1 for 38. And on strike now, Davies, who is on 56. From the pavilion end for the last time. Driven up towards Borthwick. He should be underneath it, and he is. And that's the end of Davies. Caught on the boundary at long on, and he has gone for 56, 192 for 4.
Decent enough catch, that wasn't it, by Borthwick? Gave a little look over his shoulder. Must have got a few words from us to the Lancashire supporters.
Yeah, I think the guy in the green who took the catch previously said, you know, don't drop it like I didn't. And he was just checking, I think, where the rope was, just to get a bit of a bearing where he was. The ball got big on him in the end, and he took a really comfortable catch and made it look easy. But he was just, I think, double checking where the rope was initially to find he wasn't too close to it, and stepped back. So great innings from Alex Davis.
Yeah.
Great 50 through the middle period to follow Finn Allen's fireworks at the top. Obviously, which was well supported by Kit Jennings, who played really well. I really think that partnership is starting to flourish, that left hand and right hand of Finn Allen and Keaton at the top there. Jennings is a really good understanding of the game. He knows when to be positive and when to give it over to Allen. I think they're working really well together. That partnership's coming good at a really good time.
Rain will bowl the final over. This is moulded out towards the onside and caught out in the deep. Stephen Croft departs, caught out at deep mid-wicket.
Travascus.
The catch from Liam Travascus, swatted away by Croft. Looking right down at that as well, but looking into the sunlight. Good catch. Lancashire lose a wicket. First ball of the final over. Croft out for 3. 5 down now, 192 for 5.
It's already a monumental task from a Durham point of view. They're going to be chasing around 200 here, but from where Lancashire were at the turn, 114 for 1.
Rain with his first wicket. Batsman cross. Rob Jones on strike, looking to try and reverse hit it, but through to the keeper, and there's no run. Luke Wells, by the way, the new batsman, the non-striker's end, but it's Jones on strike now. Looking for his first run. Got 4 balls left of the innings. Rain.
They'll be quite happy with this finish. I think Durham, obviously, a couple of wickets, and if they can keep it to sort of under 200, I think they'll be happy with what we said with their finish.
192 for 5 with 4 balls left. Rain to Jones. Banged in short. Jones just trying to get bat on ball and send it out towards the onside, but it's a dot ball. 3 balls left.
Slightly wide, that delivery to me. I think he was high and wide. I think sometimes you get away with them down the leg side when they are high. But it's a dot ball. Another dot ball on this final over, which has been a really good one for Ben Rain.
Yeah, that's it. Wicket, dot and dot so far. 3 balls left of it. Jones waits for it, uppercuts it over the Clark at backward point. Won't reach the rope, it'll hit the ground and be scooped up eventually by Clark. They might run 3, they have. They've come back for a 3, so Jones off the mark with that, eventually getting bat and ball and clearing the infield.
If they can get another 5 on the board, then take it to 200, it'd be the 10th time that Durham have conceded 200 in the T20.
I know that building a foundation, yes, it's a 20-over chase, but
2 balls left to try and get 5 more runs.
Shape.
Equal that conversation here between Scott Borthwick and Ben Rain.
Just 4 runs from the area Nova. A good one at that from around the wicket.
200 has been posted and chased. I think they'd be very surprised. It'd be quite a small number. I don't think 200 has been too many times.
So many runs, so many games over such a long period of time. A couple of centuries and 20 half centuries at T20 level.
for a single.
He's got 16 wickets in T20. Best figures 4 for 16 this year against Worcestershire. He's taken 10 wickets so far this season.
In and bowling to Clark. He's off the back foot and pushing it back down the pitch. Gathered by Hartley off his own bowling. No run. Velas keeping wicket, crouching down. Hartley in. A little step to the leg side and able to work it out through the wide mid-on region, but just for a single.
Worrying for Lancashire. It doesn't look like to be any Finn Allen out.
Yeah, it's Liam Hurt, isn't it? It's,
fielding. Blatherwick is on the field.
Blatherwick, sorry, yeah.
At fielding short third man.
This is worked out towards Hurt, kind of long on. It's in between Hurt and Davis. Always picked the gap out beautifully, actually. 4 runs, lovely shot. Flick out through the onside for 4. It was Liam Hurt and Alex Davis out on that leg side boundary, right in between the pair of them.
Just timed superbly, yeah, but obviously with a sub-fielder on, it looks like Finn Allen is the player that's not on, so hoping he's okay after his innings. It will be a blow for Lancashire to lose him.
It would, yeah. Good spot, Blatherwick number 4, short third, ball's heading his direction now, takes a little tumbling stop inside the circle.
Good name that, Jack Blatherwick.
It's a belter, isn't it?
That's as Lancashire as they come.
Final ball of the first over. Clark waits. Hartley bowls. And that's worked off the pads. This time it will be Liam Hurt who gets across the ground and cuts the ball off, sliding down, stopping it. Clark comes back though for a second. So at the end of the first over, 9 off it. So Clark 3, Bedingham on 6, 1 over gone. Durham is 9 without loss, a target of 200.
Durham are ahead.
Really good start for Durham. Obviously, the spin is a big play for Lancashire. I'm surprised it wasn't Stephen Croft, and it was a left arm spin of Hartley, but a really good option, really good exposure for him. To get 9 at first over is a really good start, but Durham need to make a big dent to this total in the power play. Yeah, Lancashire were after the power play 75, were they? Was it the Lancashire's power play?
Yeah.
75, yeah. So yeah, Durham need to be there or thereabouts. They're not, 60 or so in the power play is a really good power play, but when you're chasing 10 and over, it's a challenge to go the rest of the other 14 overs. So Durham needs to make as big a dent in this total as Lancashire did up front. So if they're going to achieve their 200 for the first time chasing.
Luke Wood, left arm over, and this is drilled past point by Bedingham for 4. Former Notts man who had 5 years at Notts, spent a season on loan part of 2019 on loan at Northants as well. Short cropped blonde hair. Durham move on to 13 for none after 1.1 overs.
I think what you've seen tonight, it's a really good surface out there. The opening batters are just standing and delivering. Yeah, to get 200, it has to be a good surface, but this new ball, white ball, is really coming on with the seam bowling up front.
Wood again to Bedingham. He clatters that one down into the ground, and it's away past third man on the discs for 4 more to the point boundary. I think backs up what Paul's just said about how quick the surface is.
He's a bit unlucky there, Luke Wood. It was a good ball. Bedingham tried to crunch it through the covers. He actually got the toe end of the bat and went fine past a short third man for 4. So it actually fortune favours the brave. Luke Wood's potentially going to change his attack and come around the wicket. With the field he's got set with a deep backward square and a deep mid wicket, he wants to be trying to run the ball into leg stump, not from his left arm with the ball not swinging back, pushing it across. So he's going to try and attack the stumps from around the wicket, bowl to the 2 guys out on the leg side.
7 wickets this year in this format as he bowls, and this is pushed short on the leg side up to mid-on in the end. And Clark and Wood sort of got in each other's way as Clark was trying to get to the batsman's end. 18 for none here on BBC Radio Lancashire, BBC Newcastle. I mentioned a red and white shirt in the crowd earlier. Simon B's been on. He says that red and white football shirt is the Oldham Athletic 1992 to 1994 away kit, an absolute classic in Latics circles at least. It's a reverse Ajax, he says. Well, there you are. And the fact that they had an away shirt for 2 years rather than 1 Wood in, short one, down the sort of crosses the angle of the batsman. Looks like it was going slightly down the leg side. Clark just watched it go through.
Good straight bouncer from around the wicket. Really good one from Luke Wood there. Straight and fast and around the wicket and followed the batter. Well played by Clark in the end, but it's a good dot ball. It's a good option with your deep backward square and a deep mid wicket. He wants to run the ball in. It's a really good option.
England are chasing 233 to beat Pakistan. They're currently at odds of about 22 to 1 or something like that. And this is played by Clark up to Blatherwick, mid on no run there. The CricViz analyst, 1 run there. The CricViz analyst winning Viz at the innings break. England 21%, Pakistan 79. So could be quite an interesting evening there at Trent Bridge. Depends where that silly boundary is.
I just had a text actually saying I need to get to the bar, so this will be my last my last ball, and I will
pray for Paul.
Let Kate Cross come in and enlighten proceedings, brighten up the commentary box here.
Wood in. That's gone down the leg side. That's a wide, signalled by Michael Gough. Turns towards us.
That wasn't my last ball.
To wait to get that round in.
Yeah,
keep your wallet in your pocket.
Get it, yeah. It's been a really good start actually from Durham. Giving themselves a chance. Obviously betting them the key at the top. Manny's got a lot of runs this year. And Ben Rain, if gets going, I've seen Ben Rain playing some incredibly destructive innings at Leicester.
Did you see him get his 100 at Edgbaston?
I did.
Yeah. Wood, that's angled down towards the leg side, thumps off the pad, ball rolls out towards square leg. A leg bye is signalled. 2 overs gone, and Durham are 21 for none. Lancashire was 16 at that point, but then they had some pretty good overs to follow. 15 and a 14.
Well, that's me for this evening, lads. I'll leave
Well done, Paul.
It's been a pleasure.
That's a good knock.
Thank you very much. Predictions are Durham 175 all out.
All out.
Well, you've left on a bombshell for Durham there, and you've left Lancashire fans delighted.
Well, if Durham are 5 down, they probably want to go somewhere if they're going to try and win a game. So I'm going to predict an all out if they're going to try and chase 200. So 175 all out and 6'4" for Paul Van Meerkamp.
Okay.
Good evening.
Thank you, Paul. Here's Liam Hurt from the Jimmy Anderson end, replacing Hartley's first delivery. Spears in, but down the leg side, and taken by Dane Villas. A wide signal first up from the bowling of Liam Hurt.
Everybody hurts.
Oh dear.
Had that on in the car, did they?
But that was a cheerful drive down for you.
3 wickets this season for Liam Hurt. Do you not like REM?
No, absolutely. I've seen him here, actually. I saw him at Old Trafford years ago.
What, 95, was it?
No, not going that far back, no. Hurt in, bowling.
Whoa!
Oh, Bellingham takes it on.
Word.
And sends it out towards the, I think somewhere in the car park, towards a temporary stand, in between the gap between the 2 stands. Gone for 6. Moves up to...
well, that was effortless.
21. Score moves on to 28 without loss. Yeah, there we go. Just take it off the pads, flick it up towards deep backward square leg, and the ball disappears. Never to be seen again.
We went in 1995. We went across to Dublin to see Sunderland on a pre-season tour, and they played St Patrick's Athletic on the Friday night. And then we discovered on the Saturday, which was my dad's 50th birthday, REM were playing up the road at Slane Castle. So we managed to go up there and get some tickets. There were 70,000 people there that night. It's one of the best gigs I've seen. There was some young up-and-coming band called Oasis. They were on. I'd never heard of them. I don't know what happened to them, but I don't think they made it. I think they were from the Manchester area.
I think they may have been, yeah.
What a beautiful setting that was, and the hillside with the castle at the bottom and the river Boyne bending around the back of the stage. Gorgeous.
Yeah, sounds very nice. Like I'm almost there.
Yeah.
Bellingham goes big again, up towards the long-on boundary.
Not sure where that bounced there. Was it inside?
I think just this side, yeah.
It's just plugged, hasn't it?
4 runs he's got for it. So 6 behind square on the leg side, and that thumped over.
Get after that.
Mid on, 1 bounce, and into the advertising board. For 10 off the last 2 balls, 32 without loss. Bellingham's been in great form, hasn't he?
Well, He's had a couple of good knocks at the start of this tournament and then has really struggled. He's had a couple of ducks and some very low scores.
He's had a good year, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's had a brilliant year.
But full of length from Liam Hurt, and he digs it out. Squirts up to mid-on. And Hartley Fields. So Bedingham moves to 26.
He's the leading run maker in the county championship. His matches so recently in this format. Got none against Derbyshire last week, 1 against Leicestershire, 4 against Northants, and 3 against Warwickshire. He did have a 44 against Worcestershire and a 58 against Lancashire in Durham's win in Chesley Street.
He's hurt with the wicket and bowling to Clark. That's muscled away, but gathered by Luke Wells just inside the 30-metre circle. So a dot ball, the first one of the over. Started with a wide, and then a 6, then a 4, then a 1, and then a dot. 33 for no wicket. Hurt, who featured against Northamptonshire last week. It was his first appearance of the season. Finished with 3 for 22. Into Clark, clipped up towards mid-on. Gets through for a single. Score moves on to 34 without loss. Okay, crosses here.
I watched, you mentioned Luke Wells there, reminded of 2017 on a red-hot week at Sussex. He made 258 in a championship match against Durham. Absolutely took them around the park. Career best total for him.
Final ball of the third over. Coming up. Hurt in and bowling. And again, Bedingham going for a big shot, but that's slashed out towards deep square leg where Alex Davis fields. End of the over. So we've had 35 without loss. Bedingham on 27, Clark on 5, 3 overs gone, 35 without loss. Paul Horton's left us, and Kate Cross. Hello.
Evening, everyone. How are you?
Are you well?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good, good.
Very well.
Some fireworks for the bat from Lancashire before.
Looks a good pitch, doesn't it? Just looks so easy out there.
It's a big whopping total of 200 to chase.
It's endless pressure, isn't it? That's the thing. It's over after over after over, churning out 10 runs and over. But a good start from a Durham point of view, though, and a hot night as well. The breeze has actually eased a little bit, not as stiff westerly as it was earlier, as we have a new over here, and that's driven down the ground. 1 bounce for 4. So Danny Lamb into the game. Welcome to the match. Bang, straight back over his head from Bedingham and away. Just 1 bounce and across the ropes. You were down there earlier doing the pre-match stuff, and hot, wasn't it, in the middle?
Yeah, it's been. I've actually got a very burnt forehead today. I'm hoping you've both not noticed.
Comes the bowler again. Slower ball, higher this time, and that should be 6. It's hit the concrete down below us. Well, this is canny from a Durham perspective. He's just lofted that straight back over the bowler, and it's come in and hit the wall down below us. So there's your 10 for this over.
I think that shot just goes to show how good this pitch is. Danny Lamb's taken the pace off from the ball before, which again wasn't a bad delivery, and he's taken a bit of pace off there, and he's still managed to check his drive and get through the shot and hit over the rope for 6.
Bedingham has 37 from 13 balls. He whips this one past square leg. It's heading off towards the boundary. It's being chased by Blatherwick. It's going to run 2. They're coming back for a 3rd. So he's on 40 from 14 balls, 5 4s and 2 6s.
Great little knotless, isn't it?
So you had a busy few weeks then?
Yeah, very busy few weeks. We've actually
Enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's been incredible. It's always obviously incredible to be in part of a series win with England. But yeah, a very special one-day series for me as well, which is nice to come out of saying for once.
Lamb again, bowls. And this is up in the air, and this is from Clark down towards the boundary below us. I can't see where the rope is. I think they've kept it in just.
Jennings.
There's an overhang with a camera gantry below us, so the rope is somewhere down below that. 2 runs. And the 50 up for Durham in 3.4 overs. Wowzers. It was 4.1 for Lancashire. Lamb bowls. It's a full toss. It's pulled out through towards Cow Corner by Clark. There's a man out there. They're going to come back 4-2. It's fielded down to our right-hand side by Rob Jones.
Well, they've had to come out like a train here, haven't they, Durham?
Yeah.
Fair play to them, they have. Belting start.
I think from a Lancashire point of view, it's about keeping Bedingham off strike now, trying to starve him of that strike, give a little bit of it to Clark. But I think from a Durham point of view, keep him on strike, keep it going. They're doing incredible to keep up with the rate at this stage, which is exactly what they needed to get off to that good start, to take that pressure off the middle order later on in the game.
17 runs off this over, and there's still a ball to go. The previous over from Hurt went for 14. Clark is on strike, 9 from 9. And he drives straight back past the bowler. And it's cut off down below us by Wood, 1 run. So that means Clark will keep strike. 53 for none after 4.
So how badly have you burnt your forehead then?
Well, you tell me.
Well, it doesn't look too bad. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, you have.
Do you know what it
Yeah,
is?
yeah, you
So
have.
we've played some warm-up games for the 100 today. Played 2 games, and you're constantly taking your hat on and off, aren't you? And I think the sun cream rubbed off with the hat. It's a schoolboy error, really. I've played enough cricket to know that that's the way it goes.
Yeah. No sympathy for you.
No. But at least the sun's out to catch
Yay!
it.
That's a start, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the positive, isn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit on the top of the forehead there, Kate. Get that moisturised later
It's
on.
the same colour as this microphone.
How did practice for the 100 go? How was that then?
It was good, actually. We've got all our overseas have landed now. So Harmanpreet came up from the India series, and Lizelle and Mignon, our 2 South African recruits, joined last night. They did their quarantine over in Croatia, in Dubrovnik.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, so they did
Can you
10 days
choose where
there.
to do your... That's nice, isn't it?
Where can you pick on the
Oh,
gloves?
I think I'll do mine in Barbados.
Luke Wood coming back into the attack from the Anderson end, left arm around, swatted away through the onside out towards Lanky. Needs to watch out on the boundary rope. 4 runs for Clark, and the score moves on to 57 without loss. Clark on to 10 into the 5th over here at Emirates Old Trafford. Glorious evening, vitality blast fixture. Coming towards the business end, right at the back end of the group stage, where qualification for the quarterfinals could be secured tonight. Elimination could also happen this evening as well. Sounds quite dramatic, doesn't it? Here's Wood in to Clark once more, muscled out through the onside. This will be cut off though by Luke Wells. They'll come back for a second. Clark moves up to 16.59 without loss. So did you manage to get across all the different kind of rule changes? 5 ball, not overs, blocks?
No overs. No, 5 balls, 10 at each end, 10 times.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
I thought the original plan was there wasn't going to be a limit on how many can be bowled in succession from either end.
You can bowl 10 as a bowler,
Right,
and that can be from either end.
right.
Here's Wood to Clark. That's short and pulled. Backward square leg, 1 bounce into the advertising board. And 4 more runs. Good start for Durham continues. Halfway into the 5th over, 63 without loss. And Clark, having watched Bellingham kind of bash it around Old Trafford, fancies joining in himself as well. He's up to 20 now from 13.
Is that a maximum of 10 in the game?
20 per bowler.
Right.
So so you basically have 5 bowlers who can bowl 20 balls, but you can bowl 10 consecutively.
Right.
And you could bowl 5 from this end and 5 from that end if you needed to.
Right.
Here's Wood in to Clark. It's flick down towards short, fine leg Lamb with a pick up and throw. And have got through for a single.
It's not coming anywhere near us, so I don't need to worry myself about it. So
It's not heading to the northeast.
Headingley's 96 miles away, so I don't envisage busloads of people from Chesley Street heading down the A1 to watch that.
You
somehow.
never know.
No.
I think
never
I do,
know.
though.
2 balls left of the 5th. Bellingham on 40 from 14. And it's Luke Wood from the James Anderson end. Gone for 22 so far. In and balls, and a step to the leg side by Bellingham. Drag the ball out towards square leg. And gets through for 1, so 41 to him. 65 without loss, with 1 ball left of the 5th over.
There really does seem to be the tiniest margin for error on this pitch, doesn't there? The ball that went down through backward square for 4. He got his line just ever so slightly wrong, a little bit too straight, and it's just so easy to score tonight.
Batsmen have cashed in this evening. Finn Allen 63, Keaton Jennings 43, Alex Davies 56, and now Bedingham on 41. And Clark, who's on strike on 21, looking to add to it, up onto his toes, trying to force the ball away through the offside. But there's a ring of red Lancashire shirts, of which one of them was Croft. And the muscly Stephen Croft is there to field. No run, end of the 5th, 65 on the board. So the equation is 135 to win off 90, with all 10 wickets intact for Durham. Had to make a good start, had to have a good power play, and there's 1 over left of it, and it's been a good
one run in
power
it
play
as well, by the way. 64 Lancashire after 5 overs to Durham 65, so...
I think when you have those evenings where you concede 199 runs, you always go into the dressing room knowing that it can be done, that those runs can get scored, and it looked particularly easy for for Keaton Jennings and Finn Allen to hit boundaries tonight. So I think that's always in the back of your mind as a chasing team, that if you've got a set batter throughout most of the innings, it could be quite easily done.
Well, it's 7 years since Durham last chased down anything near this, and that was at Chesley Street. A new over from the media centre end. That's cut for 4 off Hartley by Bedingham. It was, I think it was the final group game, and neither Durham nor Northants could go anywhere that night. Durham chased 199, and John Hastings came out the bat and just let loose, hit a 19-ball 50. So they've not actually chased 200 before, so this is turned by Bedingham towards square leg, throw towards the bowler's end, picked up by Hartley, no run there. So if they're going to pull it off, it will be quite momentous, and more than anything, it'll keep them in the competition still as well. Hartley left arm round. Oh, through his hands, or just slightly over his hands and away for 4. Clark coming down the track at him there. Did he get near that, do you think, or not? See how close this was. Yeah, it was over him, wasn't it?
I think if he had got near it, I think it was hit too powerfully for him to have got much on it. I think he might have got a hand to it and maybe slowed it down a little bit, but that looked like it was 4 the second it came off the bat.
9 already from this over in 3 deliveries. Clark is on 25. Plays this one up towards long on. Davies comes in and collects it with the white towel hanging out of his right pocket. And it's a direct hit of the stumps at the wicket-keeper's end. Clark's now repositioning them.
I thought that was well bowled from Hartley, actually. The first ball of the over was just the 4th stump line, and it again just goes to show how good this pitch is, but you could just cut that away for 4. And he's followed in there. Clark went to the leg side and he managed to follow him and dart it in at him and forced him to hit the ball to those 1 of 2 sweepers out there. You got the long on and the deep cow. Round
the wicket he comes to Bedingham. Bedingham pulls it out towards deep mid-wicket, and there's a fielder out there. Just going to be the 1 run. It's picked up by Rob Jones with his back to the inflatable 3-piece suites.
Actually, you've been on them suites, haven't you? You've sat on them.
A couple of times, yeah.
So they are inflatable, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, an edge. Oh, doesn't quite carry towards the discs. 3rd man on the discs, diving forward to try and meet. That was Danny Lamb. It's gone underneath him. They run 2. A little bit of a scare for Clark there. So 6 overs gone, the power play. Durham 78 and Lancashire was 75. There's nothing in it.
Well, it's a belter, isn't it? 6 over power play dons. That is terrific from Durham. Great effort. Chasing 200 and you come out and knock off 78 in the power play without a wicket lost. Superb. Great start. Well, we could be in for an absolute stonker here, couldn't we?
Yeah, we absolutely could. I think the Lancashire contingent will know that a couple of wickets here will change things. It'll just slow that momentum down slightly. Obviously, Bedingham's the wicket to have here, but yeah, they've batted really well here in this power play. They've exploited that bad ball. And there's not been many of them from the Lancashire team, I must admit, but they've got hold of it when it was there.
Playing the part of Matt Parkinson this evening will be Luke Wells. Who's into the attack. Straight after the power play in the Parkinson role. He's in and bowling. Bedingham just getting in behind it and just dabbing the ball out into the offside, where the tall figure of Keaton Jennings is lurking at extra cover. And there's no run. So there's a long off, there's a long on, there's a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg and deep extra cover. Wells in, again, up onto the toes goes Bedingham. Able to weave it away through extra cover. Jones comes up from the boundary to field. 48 to David Bedingham. 79 without loss. Now Durham into the 7th over. Wells, a leg spinner, in towards us. Muscled out through mid-wicket. Where's that gone?
Into the scoreboard.
It's gone for 6. Well, I completely lost it. It's heading in towards the general direction of the scoreboard. We'll see back on the replay here. Absolutely mullered that one, didn't it? Over mid-wicket, over the rope, and that's disappeared for a monster hit for 6. 34 to Clark.
Has that gone through the gap between the stands? I think it might have done, you know.
Spectators ducking out the way. Watch your beer, sir. Don't lose that. It's £5 a pint.
Needs filling up, that one. Again, though, not a bad ball from Wells. There was a little bit of turn on it as well, and Clark just managed to pick that up so easily. I think that was something that I noticed about the first innings with Lancashire, that even when the field spread out of power play, it seemed easy to score boundaries. You know, it seemed easy to hit 6s.
Wells, I'm surprised Wells he's only played 10 matches in this format.
What, in his career?
Yeah. Would have thought he'd have played more than that.
We need to have the balls. Do we need a new ball?
We need the ball repairing.
Oh, right, okay. A bit of a sanitising, repairing.
Going to change it? No, they're not. They're happy with it.
Well, that was a monster hit by Clark. He's 34 off 19, 3 4s and a 6. Saying, well, quite fancy taking you on. Swing and a miss this time from Clark, and it picked up by Dane Villas, the keeper. No run. 85 without loss. 2 balls left of the 7th. Target of 200 for Durham to win on a beautiful, bright, sunny evening at Emirates Old Trafford. It'll skip down the pitch and a thin ledge down towards third man. Blatherwick, who's still on the field, so still Finn Allen is struggling. Did well to stop the ball. Inside the circle, short third man.
Who was it who needed treatment on the hand?
Davis.
Davis, was it?
Yes, we've not seen... Well, it was Paul Horton that said it was Finn Allen, and such is the trust I have in Paul Horton. I actually haven't checked to see if it is, but it's Wells into Bedingham. That's sliced away out towards backwards point where Wood fields. It's the end of the over. What have we had now? 7. 86 on the board.
1 in it again. To Lancashire's favour this time.
114 required, 78 balls left, 10 wickets in hand. Clark 35 and Bedingham on 48.
Hand sanitizer time.
Yes. A little squirt required.
We did once tie a match, these two. So when Durham beat Lancashire at Chester Street this year, it actually ended a run of 9 matches where Durham hadn't won in a row, because that run started with a tie and then 8 straight defeats. So
you can see Stephen Croft into the attack for the first time this evening.
Has he bowled much this year?
He has. He's bowled quite a bit, especially since Parkinson disappeared.
4 wickets from 16 overs. Right arm spin. That's pulled by Clark down towards long on. Oh, it's a misfield. It's spun awkwardly there. They're going to get a second. Croft looks a bit disappointed, and it was Liam Hurt came in and it just had a bit of spin on it and took him by surprise and slithered through his fingers. Didn't go out for 4 though, so Clark is on 37. Croft bowls again now. Hurt's down towards where this is coming and takes a diving catch at long on. That's the end of Clark. 4:37. Durham 88 for 1.
I tell you what, you can see Liam Hurt shaking his head here. He didn't pick that up. Just in the gap between the two stands is one bit of sunlight, and I think that went right in it. It was a great catch in the end because he had to react at the last moment, diving down to his right-hand side. But the wicket that Lancashire needed, and Croft has come on and done the damage again.
Second ball, and again, unfortunately for Graham Clark this season, he's got himself so many starts, but that 50.5 century for this season remains elusive. Cameron Bancroft coming out now, the Durham skipper, was on the Was in the Big Bash final with Perth, but lost to Sydney in the winter. He's had some decent knocks though this season, including 76 against Warwickshire and Chester Street and 60 in Birmingham against them as well. 266 runs in the tournament so far this year.
Was a good catch, as Kate was saying that. It's about the only part of the outfield actually where the sun is just creeping down, so he's feeling in the one position really where the sun's going to have an impact.
It's felt a lot actually like the fielders haven't picked the ball up very well tonight. With the 6 that Clark hit over towards the point, you could see Al Davis was stood on the boundary and he wasn't too sure where it had gone.
Croft in again. This is nibbled away by Beddingham, the batsman crossed. It's Croft's 78th wicket in T20. 1 run there for Beddingham. He moves on to 49 from 22 balls. And still the pressure, it's a real pressure situation, this, to be going along a 10 and over after over after over.
I think the 10 and over isn't the problem here. I think that's, you know, the boundaries are easy to come by. I think it's having a set batter throughout this innings now for Durham.
Bancroft plays that down to Hurt for 1. Comes up from long on to field just behind the discs, down below our commentary position.
Perhaps this man then, Kate. Beddingham, 49. He's the man that's in now, isn't he? He's got to go on.
Yeah, I think he'll probably know that. Bancroft will know he's got a role to play here as well.
Beddingham plays it up towards Hurt once more. There's his 50, comes in 23 balls. And that is the 6th 50 of his career in T20.
Well battered. Got to go on though, hasn't he? Got to be just a start, this really.
Well, tonight would be a great night for Durham to get their 2nd centurion in T20. Bancroft plays us off through deep mid-wicket and give Paul Collingwood some company. They were the last team to get a centurion and remain the only team with 1. 92 for 1 after 8 overs here on the BBC. Just drifted back there by 9 runs now and a wicket.
Just have a little look at the Birmingham Bears against the Worcestershire Rapids. Birmingham Bears 169 for 5 from 20, so Worcestershire 74 for 2 at the halfway stage to need 96 from 60 balls with 8 wickets to beat the Birmingham Bears. A reminder that if Bears beat Worcestershire this evening, Bears lose to Worcestershire this evening, if Worcestershire chase that total down to 170 and Lancashire do go on to win this game, and that would be Lancashire qualified for the quarter-finals. Hartley back into the attack, 3rd over for him. Bancroft off the back foot, pushing away through extra cover for a single, and if that did happen, that would also eliminate Durham from the competition as well. Bancroft moves up to 3, so Hartley's already into his 3rd, in the 9th over. Here he comes and bowls. Oh, that loops just into the fingertips of Blatherwick, who takes a really good catch. Well, for a second that was just going to fall short. Going to slap the ball away through extra cover. The leading edge just reaching the fingertips of the Lancashire fielder, Blatherwick, who takes the catch, diving forward. And 1 wicket followed pretty quickly by 2. 93 for 2 in the 9th as Hartley bounces away in celebration.
Yeah, I think he's deserved that. I don't think those figures quite represent how he's bowled tonight. I think we've said it before, but the pitch is an absolute belter. But that couldn't be a worst-case scenario for Durham at this stage, losing 2 wickets in quick succession and 2 of your set batters going. It's worst-case scenario for them, really. And as a Lancashire fan, for any Lancashire fan out there, perfect situation for them now. Those 2 wickets, like I mentioned earlier, it changes the momentum of the game so quickly.
50 and out for David Bellingham. Big breakthrough for Lancashire Lightning. Plenty of smiles around in the face of the crowd. You were delighted. Oh, I say that.
Oh, no.
I say that.
Oh,
well, there we go. Have a smile. Happy
I was going to
days.
say, they've got the wrong shirts on there.
It looked a bit serious, but little smile on the face. Sean Dixon, the new batsman, to join Cameron Bancroft. Hartley. You may have heard a slight surprise in my voice that he's into his 3rd over of his allotted 4. I'm already into the 9th of the innings. This is flicked away by Sean Dixon through wide mid-on for a single, so he's up and running straight away. 94 for 2, but the captain, Dave Ballas, using 3 of Hartley's overs in the first 9.
Yeah, I think he obviously just thought that he had the chance of getting a wicket here, and he's done exactly what his captain would have wanted him to do. But I think that catch of Blatherwick's as well, it's not an easy catch, those, especially when you're at third man, and the shot that you see.
It's Hartley. He's in and balls. It's worked by Bancroft just off the pads out through deep mid-wicket for a single. He moves to 4, 95 for 2.
The shot that you see when you're at short third man is the full-blooded drive, so you're not really expecting it to come flying at you, and it's hard to judge that depth. So yeah, that was a really good catch for him, diving low forward there, easily spilled.
2 balls left the 9th. It's just Dixon rocks back and then pulls the ball off his hip through the onside for a single. Dixon moves up to 2. Score moves on to 96 for 2 with 1 ball remaining on the 9th over. We've got Tom Hartley, left arm spinner. And he comes bouncing in and balls again. Oh, that's just looped up off the face of the bat. Yes, Bancroft's gone. Caught by Villas. Second wicket for Hartley. Oh, he has a little deflection off the bat onto the helmet. Caught by Villas, skipping round from behind the stumps. And a third wicket to fall at 96 for 3 at the end of the 9th. But as you'll see on the replay here, a little clip off the helmet, which she's picked up by Villas. And perhaps a bit unfortunate there for Bancroft, because without that deflection off the helmet, he's probably going to go over the keeper's head and get runs for it.
Yeah, I think it was actually a quicker ball from Hartley. It looked like he darted it in a little bit more. Obviously, the premeditation of the trying to reverse ramp sweep it from Bancroft just hadn't quite come off. And you say there that, you know, Tom Hartley's bowled his 3 overs, but he's changed the game.
Yeah.
And that's sometimes as captain you get those little gut feelings, and obviously Dane Villas had one of those. If it doesn't come off, you look like an idiot, but it has come off tonight, so great move for Lancashire, and well done, Tom Hartley.
He's such a big wicket-taking threat, isn't he, Tom Hartley? Now, already in the early part of his career, and because it's such a big total, do you think, right, that we can burn off 3 Hartley overs? Because if he does what he's done, effectively, it's kind of massive advantage to you, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's going to win you the game if you can take key wickets throughout the game and kill the game early.
Rob Jones into the attack.
More spin, which Durham are struggling with at the moment, and that's played out towards mid-wicket for 2 by Dixon. He's been joined by Ned Eckersley. Interesting decision. Comes bowler again, flights it right up. Played down towards long on by Dixon for 2. Dixon's had some good runs this year in this competition, actually. That's the 100 up for Durham. 100 for 3, 9.2 overs. He's currently on 6 and needs to try and do some repair work. Jones in again. Little flick off towards mid-wicket. 1 run. ...239 runs this season going into this one with a 51 not out is best.
I think this is a really difficult partnership for these two now, because now that 10 runs per over comes into consideration. You've got to keep it ticking over. You've got to make sure that you don't get too far behind that run rate whilst playing yourself in. So it's a really difficult position for these two.
Jones balls. That's got.
That'll help.
Hideous delivery down the leg side, which not only the batsman got nowhere near, but neither did the keeper. Fine leg on the discs has come round to cut that off in a sort of backstop position.
Dane Villas has been watching too much of the Euros because he tried to volley that.
I think they ran 2 there as well, didn't they? Off the wide. Jones again. Better ball. Played down to long off for 1.
I reckon to the Rob Jones goatee.
I'm not a fan.
You're not?
No, but I think he's a confident lad, isn't he? And he just seems to rock whatever he's got the confidence to do it himself, so let him be.
Here he comes again. That's driven back past him, down towards long off once more. Fielder just down below our commentary position by Wells.
I do think Rob Jones is one of the only cricketers in the COVID generation that hasn't realised the hairdressers are open again, though.
Try getting in, though. This is played by Dixon down to Hurt, who comes in to mid-on the discs to field that one. End of the over. 10 gone, 106 for 3. I lost count of how many places I went to yesterday to try and get a haircut, and I ended up not doing a bit for the environment, to be honest with you, driving round and round and round, and then eventually gave up. They were all busy. So.
Well, if I had hair like Rob Jones, I think I'd keep it like that. So, yeah,
you like a haircut, don't you? You always talk about hair.
Like that,
Who were you talking about the other day on air?
It's one of the Kent players, wasn't it?
Yeah, had a bouffant.
Oh, wasn't it just a work of art?
Yeah, it was.
It was just marvellous. Speaking of hair, here's Luke Wells. So we're at the halfway stage, 106 for 3. Dixon's on 9. And he's adding to this total now as he drives our way through extra cover. There's Rob Jones out at on the boundary fielding.
I think what that Tom Hartley overdid, the bowling him his 3, has now allowed Dane Villas to sneak a Rob Jones over in and sneak a Luke Wells over in. I know that Wells bowled last week.
Wells over the wicket and bowling to Ned Eckers. He just nudged back down the pitch and gathered by Wells, no run.
And he bowled the Parkinson 4 overs that were missing, but I think that Tom Hartley over just bought Dane Villas a little bit more time.
Wells balls, and this is cut out through extra cover. There's Jones again. Just a single added to the total. 107. Correction, 108 for 3. Yeah, last week against Northants, Wells 3 overs for 18. Pretty tidy stuff, isn't it? When you don't bowl too much, you don't play too much T20. Fizzed in much quicker, but wide of off stump. Dixon, I think, just trying to squirt it down towards the third man boundary, but through to Dane Villas, who a little smile on his face, nattering away to.
Well, he's claiming a catch there, and
he was
not out. So we said to Eckersley, "Let's have a look at the bottom of your bat."
Wells to Dixon. That's cut. Well, that beats Wood. Jones with the dive. Great dive. Loving that. That's a proper belly flop. Yeah. That's tremendous.
That's banned as well. No petting, no bombing, and no belly flops.
4 runs nonetheless. 112 for 3. Watch Rob Jones just emerge from out of nowhere. Here it comes. Whoa! Bang! Almost.
I think even if he'd have got there, I don't think he'd have stopped that because his momentum went with him so much. Great effort, though.
It was a fantastic effort.
Yeah, you can have a goatee when you do that.
This is punched up towards mid-off for a single by Dixon. And Croft comes up to field. End of the over, 11 gone. So 113 for 3, Dixon 15, Eckersley on 2. Live from Emirates Old Trafford in Manchester, the Vitality Blast fixture between Lancashire and Durham. 200 is a target for Durham to win the match. A 66 from Finn Allen, a 56 from Alex Davis, 43 from Keaton Jennings. Now these two here, Dixon and Eckersley, are trying to put things together for Durham, who've lost 3 wickets, including that of David Bellingham for 50. So 11 overs gone, 9 remain. And 86 runs, correction, 87 required of the final 54 deliveries. You see Danny Lamb, actually.
Yeah. Here he comes. Up to the stumps and bowls. Ball played out by Dixon out towards mid-wicket. Just the 1 run as Davies comes into field. Just beyond the discs. Lamb's first over went for 18. Bellingham took a shine to him. The Lancashire supporters are finding their voices. They feel their team are in a very strong position here now. Lamb in again. Pulled by Eckersley out towards Davies once more. Deep mid-wicket. More Cow, really. He's dropped his towel. Where does the name Cow come from, anyway?
Cow Corner?
Yeah.
I presume it's something
a Western or something.
I don't know. You would assume it's from the first ground. Potentially nearer some cows.
Oh, that's what
I'll Google it.
Yeah.
My mum once asked me if every ground has got a cow corner. She thought that just certain grounds had that nickname of having that. She's only watched cricket for 35 years.
Lamb bowls. Oh, now then. He's bowled a Yorker length ball right into the feet of Dixon, who'd moved off towards leg side. He jabbed his bat in it and just flashed past these stumps. He's got a single. It would be relevant at the Spout House Cricket Club in Bilsdale, which is the most unusual cricket ground I think I've seen. You go through a farmyard to get there, and the ground is on such a hill that at the far end the bowler has to run up the hill and then jump onto the strip to bowl. This is played out through mid-wicket by Eckersley for one. The boundaries have dried up for Durham, and they've lost their momentum now. And if you're standing at the top corner of the ground, such as the slope and the way the wicket's chiselled into the hill, that you can only see the heads of the people at the far side. It just looks like they're a coconut shy. That's what I'd get rid of if I could be in charge of cricket. Not flat grounds. Get rid of them. Dragged by Dixon out towards deep mid-wicket to Davies. They're all singles, these. They need boundaries. I've got an answer for you.
Okay.
Then.
It derives its name from a corner of the field which was safe for cows to graze on because very few batsmen would hit the ball there.
Oh.
And very few fielders would probably want to go there as well, I would imagine, if all the cows are there.
The game has changed a lot since that was...
Technology's moved on in cricket bats, yes. Lamb to Dixon. It's come off the pad as it's gone off towards square leg. Can they run two here? They can. Oh, Villas has possibly given an overthrow because he's hooked the ball back towards the stumps with his back to the target, and he's hooked it away and down towards fine leg for one. So what's that then? 1, 2, how many off the over? Where are we? 8, I think it was. 1, 2, 1 for 3. So Durham now needs 79. Pressure mounting here, but they were in a really strange position a few weeks ago at Leicester, where they were needing snookers, and Travaskis and Ned Eckersley knocked it around a bit, and then with 5 overs to go they started smashing the ball about, and they won it with an over to spare, but Naveen Ul-Haq did bowl an over which included 2 beamers and went for 18 runs and 5 deliveries before he was banned, and then the final ball of the over was bowled by Ben Mike, who was hit for 6 by Eckersley. Durham won with an over to spare, but I have a feeling that's not that kind of night that we're going to witness here.
And this Wells in and bowling to Eckersley. It's cut out towards Rob Jones. We'll come back for another one. And throw comes into the keeper's end. Villas takes it and throws towards the bowler's end. It's all action.
What do you reckon there? Villas had already made his mind up. He was going for the bowler's end. And I think if he'd gone for his end...
I think the throw from Rob Jones just wasn't quite good enough for him. I think Villas had to get away from the stumps, and I think that's the kind of delivery you want from your fielder, to be as close to the stumps as possible, so you've got as little work to do.
Ran 2 in the end. There'll be another one added to the total here as it's eased away through the offside. Keaton Jennings comes round to field, so 124 for 3, so 76 required. 46 deliveries and 7 wickets in hand. Wells into his 3rd over, bowls, and it beats a little push from Dixon and taken by Dane Villas. Dot ball. Gone for 18 so far, Wells. It's bowling from the Anderson end. Little shuffle down by Dixon. Clipped up towards long on. Hurt comes up from the boundary to field. Dixon to 19 now. 125 for 3, so 75 needed. 44 balls left. Wells prepares himself and comes in and bowls, and that's chopped away by Eckersley. Luke Wood is at point to field. Eckersley sends Dixon back. They wanted a quick single, but there wasn't one there.
There's only been 1 boundary in the last 6 overs.
Boundaries needed for Durham. Only one here, though, as Eckersley forces the ball up towards Liam Hurt. That is the end of the over. Tidy stuff again from Luke Wells. 3 overs for 20. He's kind of part-time-ish, isn't he, I suppose, Wells, for Lancashire. I don't think he would be bowling much if Parkinson's available, but he's doing a decent job. So 13 overs gone. 126 for 3 on an evening for sunglasses and some cool drinks. Maybe with a splash of something fruity in there as well. It's a nice night here in Manchester.
What would you go for? Summer fruits, would you?
Oh, I'd go for
your choice.
I'm going for something like a pina colada, I think, this evening. A nice little straw in there. Some fruit. Sounds delicious. A little pina colada on a Friday night, watching the cricket.
Why not?
Can't think of anything better.
New over. And this is played by Eckersley down towards Jennings at mid-off. He's come round from cover to mid-off to cut that one out.
Not sure you can get a pina colada at Old Trafford.
No, I'm not sure they'll have the ingredients for that.
Disappointing.
This is played away, this time by Dixon down towards long off. Do you like pina colada and getting caught in the rain? That's the big question.
There's a lot more of the getting caught in the rain than the pina colada in Manchester.
Yeah. Well, the pina colada song, I think, was envisaged the sand dunes of Florida, perhaps, rather than Salford. This is up in the air. Hurt comes racing in, but bounces just in front of him at long on. Remember the pina colada song?
I do. Yeah, well, I remember it from Shrek.
Was it on Shrek? Right. Know your audience, Marty. Know your audience.
Love Shrek.
129 for 3. 71 needed for Durham. This has gone off towards backward square leg for 1 by Dixon. There's plenty of singles here, but no 7 overs since they found a boundary.
I think that 7 overs ago was probably when Stephen Croft came onto bowl as well. I feel like that was the moment for Lancashire where they regained control of this match.
And this is skewed out towards the covers by Eckersley for 1.
Keaton Jennings and whoever's at deep cover there, just Tom Hartley managed to run into each other and field that ball.
Classic.
Last ball of the 14th, 69 needed for Durham. Comes in and bowls. This is up in the air, but has he got enough of this? He has. It's a 6. That's gone into the dressing rooms down below us. Off the bat of Dixon, a much needed 6. Durham need many more of them as well as they move on to 137 for 3. After 14 overs, the target is 200.
It did land on the Lancashire dressing room balcony, that, didn't it? Yeah. Glenn Chappell's going, what are you doing? Why are you trying to target me? What have I done wrong? 137 for 3 after 14. England, by the way, 62 for 3. They've got a whopping 233 to chase. Jason Roy 32, Liam Livingston 18 not out. So 62 for 3 in the 6th.
Great to see so many of the Lancashire lads in that squad now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really good to see.
Yeah, Saqib Mahmood, Matt Parkinson and Liam Livingston all in the England team tonight.
I think Saqib's circumstances just goes to show that, you know, you get your opportunity and you take it. You've got your foot in the door now, and I think he's bowled so superbly in that one-day series. Picked up player of the match, obviously. Player of the series, sorry. Done him a disservice.
Talk about him being involved in the test squad for India as well,
wow.
On the back of that. Luke Wood returns from the Jimmy Anderson end. 36 balls left, 63 required. So here's Wood, left arm around the wicket, balls to Eckersley, and that's deflected down towards, well, in the end, Villas. Not wide signal. He did get a step across the stumps. And
I don't think that's come off the bat, though, has it?
I think it must have come off the pad just based on the pace that Dane managed to stop it with.
Dot ball to start the 15th. So Wood's got a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, a long leg third man, and a deep extra cover. The back will point, cover, mid-off and a mid-on. Wood to Eckersley. Oh, that's squirted into the offside. Who's underneath that? Keaton Jennings is underneath that. High five with Luke Wells. And Luke Wood picks up his first wicket. Thrashed it through the offside, more height than distance. And a good tumbling take by Keaton Jennings inside the circle, rolling away to one side, and Eckersley departs. And a good start to the over for Luke Wood. 4 wickets down now, 137 for 4.
Yeah, that was a really good catch from Keaton Jennings. Again, it looked like he just completely misjudged it. He was at the extra cover area of the ring and he had to run round to cover. But just at the last minute, I think he realised he had to dive to get to the catch. But yeah, another good bit of fielding from Lancashire. And to be fair to them, they've held on to the chances when they have gone up in the air.
And there's a little lad on screen with a pair of cricket gloves on, which are almost as big as him.
I think when he initially picked that up, he's staring at the floodlight in the corner here, wasn't he? Because he seemed to sort of do a double take at
Yeah,
first.
again, I think it's sometimes the falseness of the shot. That shot looked like it should have gone out to mid-wicket, and when it skews up and comes to you at cover, you're not quite expecting it. But there must be a real issue with the depth perception tonight. I mean, we've got an incredibly blue sky, bit of haze because the sun's going down now.
Here's Wood to Dixon. It's off the back foot and punching the ball out through the offside. Rob Jones comes scampering in from the point boundary. Dixon gets a single. He moves to 28, 138 for 4.
I was going to suggest it might be an idea to bring Bryden Course in at this point in time for Durham, and they have. Saw what he did the other day against Pakistan. He can run quickly, and he's also a decent timer of the ball.
So Carse on strike. Wood back to the top of his mark. Carse waits for the first time, halfway through this 15th over. Short ball, and he just leans back, drops his hands, and through to Dane Villas. So a dot ball. It's a dot, wicket, 1 run, and then dot. So a good 15th over this for Lancashire Lightning. Just a 1 run off it, plus the wicket of Ned Eckersley. In the end, out for 14, caught by Keaton Jennings. Bit of movement in the field. Third man comes inside the ring. And mid-on. Drops back towards the boundary. Wood to Carse. Clipped into the onside. Wood can't really get past Dixon as he tries to field off his own bowling and then picks up and throws him towards the stumps at the bowler's end. But they've come back for 3. Croft, I think, leaping out the way as that was heading in his direction. So 2 added in the end. Just a second. Carse off the mark with that. So 140 for 4 with a delivery to go of the 15th. Croft just alongside Luke Wood there, who's feeling it mid-off. The Lancashire player who made his 200th T20 appearance against Durham about a month or so ago. In comes Wood and bowls, nudged away through the onside by Carse. They'll think of a second here, and they kind of flirt with the idea, but then decide against it. As Hurt picks up and throws in. So that's the end of the over. We've got 5 remaining. Will it be the Lancashire Lightning supporters who were cheering at the end of it? With 141 for 4 at the end of the 15th. 59 required off 30 balls for Durham. Of course, 58 will tie the match as well. We'll see Luke Wells come back into the attack, but from this Statham end.
It's great to see so many people in Emirates Old Trafford having a good time, isn't it? People back in stadiums. It's great to see.
Wells then to finish his 4 overs. Flicked off the legs by Carse to square leg for 1. I am told by Joel Rushworth the cameras have settled upon Paul Woolston a number of times, who is from Sunderland. His family have lots of links to Durham, but he is on Man United's books. He's a goalkeeper with Man United. It's played away by Dixon for 2 towards wide mid-on. The throw at the stumps from Davies misses the target just. I think he, from his body actions, believed that was out if he'd hit. There's a pilot in the crowd as well. He's got your aviator shades on there. Wells to Dixon with a little flick round the corner. That's a nice little reverse sweep there. Has it got the legs to go? Ooh, now then. Who's chasing that all the way down there?
That was Danny Lamb, I think.
Danny Lamb just kept it in at the ropes. Looked like it was a lost cause. 3 runs for Durham. Dixon moves on to 33. 147 for 4. 147's generally considered at Durham's average score in T20. They need a lot more than that tonight. Wells in again, and Carse looks to sweep on one knee, and slog sweep has come off his shoulder, I think. Is the umpire saying it's hit him in the head? Like Goff's pointing to his head, isn't he? Must have come off the bat first. He's got to run to his name. Wells in again. Dixon with get after that. Oh, it just landed inside the ropes, I think. Well, a reverse slog. Dragged it hard for 4 over towards the boundary, way down at sort of the third man area. Turned it into long leg. 150 up for Durham.
What a shot that was. That's come from absolutely nowhere, and he's played that from front on. He's almost shimmied himself around so he's facing Luke Wells, and he's just absolutely wellied that. There's so much power. His hands got so high on it, managed to get the bat speed through, and nearly went for 6.
And he's picked the longest part of the boundary to go for as well, hasn't he, really? Down at that end of the ground. Wells in again. A little shove back towards the bowler, who dives and misses it. Carter's in his way. 1 run. End of Wells then. 4 overs, none for 32. Durham 153 for 4, need 47 from 5.
Yeah, Wells has bowled out. Hartley's got 1 left. Wood's got 1 left. Lamb's got a couple. Cross got a couple. Jones has bowled 1 over. Hurt's bowled 1 over.
4 overs to go.
So plenty of options. Going to go back towards Tom Hartley to bowl the 17th over from the Jimmy Anderson end. Oh, a little route around, looking for a bit of packed lunch. Here's Hartley in, bowling. That's cut away through the offside by Dixon. Up towards Rob Jones at deep extra cover. Of course, last Friday here, before the Northants match, which you were playing. And
Yeah.
if you come to watch both games, then you've got to have a lot of resources to last you all day. Hartley bowls and Cast plays and misses. And there's no run. So you come do these double headers and you come to watch both. You've got to have a bag full of all sorts of
You've got to bring your dinner and your tea, haven't you?
Absolutely have, yeah. All your supplies are required. Cast down the pitch. Drives up towards wide long off. Little slip by Croft, but come back for 2. In that game, by the way, last Friday, you captained the team.
I did indeed.
Why was Alex Hartley not captain the team?
She very politely stepped aside so I could get some captaincy ahead of the 100.
Hartley in to Cast. That's off the back foot and eased away through the offside for a single. He moves up to 8. 157 for 4.
That was the deal that we'd made at the start of the season, that if I got the opportunity to come back, if I wasn't on England duty, then I'd captain any of the T20s just so that I could get switched back on, I guess, before going into the 100.
Hartley to Dixon. It's drilled up towards Liam Hurt.
Wasn't there a penance for her straying onto your shelf in the fridge by any chance and nicking her yoghurt or something, was it?
Do you know what? Since we've started living together, there's definitely a bit more bickering.
Yeah.
I think we're out of the honeymoon phase now.
Hartley to Cast. Oh, he slapped that back over the bowler's head.
Yeah.
And that's 4 runs.
Meted that one, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Into double figures with that hit for 4. End of the over, 3 left. 162 for 4. 1 bounce, 4 runs. In towards the covered seats. It's worth a dance in the stand, is that?
Cast did well there because he actually premeditated and came down the track, and the ball wasn't where he wanted it to be. I think Hartley saw it and threw it a little bit wider, so he actually managed to get his arms and flat bat that straight down the ground for 4. So he's kind of got himself out of a little bit of trouble there.
38 off 18 is what is required. Those lads look pretty well relaxed. I think the job's done. Needs a big over here, doesn't it, for Durham?
I think the Durham players will be saying to themselves, you know, Dixon's 40 not out here. They've got a set batter. They need that one big over that could get them back into this game. But it's definitely not by any means won or lost at this stage. I think there's still 3 crucial overs to bowl.
Turn to Liam Hurt.
Well, the bare facts of the matter are that if Durham don't get these 38, they are out of this year's T20. They won't be able to progress with a game to go at Notts, which Notts will want to make sure they finish top of the group and get a good home draw in the quarter-finals. It's Hurt, right arm over, coming in from the Bryan Statham end. The ball to Dixon, who pulls hard out towards Cow. Davies is there with a good tumbling stop. A good throw back towards the bowler's end on the turn. He's lost his sunglasses. You'll need to pick those up. But that was away for 4 if you hadn't got his hands on that. It's a bit greasy out there now, isn't it? You know, sun's going down.
That was a great piece of fielding from Al Davis, because he was 10 yards in off the boundary there, so he knew that he had to get the dive in to stop that ball going for 4. Like you said, it was well on its way. But great piece of dive. I think that's where Lancashire are exceptional when they play at Emirates Old Trafford. They know the dimensions of this ground so well.
Hurt to Dixon. He clubs that back over his head and away. I think, is that 1 bounce? Is anybody down there?
Let's give it as 4.
Cameraman there, I can't see where it went. 4 runs, straight back over the bowler's head.
It wasn't far away, that, from 6. Oof. Yeah, just a...
Luke Wells gave it the 4, so that's that.
Did that land on the rope there?
I thought it was just maybe an inch the other side, but I've got to see from this replay here, slapping it back over the bowler's head.
Oh, that was on the rope.
It wasn't far, was it?
Oh, that was a 6. Get 2 more on the board. 168 for 4. Hurt to Dixon. He tries to york him. It's gone between Dixon and the stumps, and the keeper takes it. It's a dot ball. And they're like hen's teeth at this stage of the game.
Oh, look who's in the crowd now.
Who?
Paul Horton. Has he been to the bar yet?
Did he say he had to go home?
Has he actually bought a round? There he is in his fancy little pink shirt. He said, I've got to go and buy a round of drinks for my mate. He's too busy texting.
He's trying to work out how to order the drinks on the app that he can't load. Hurt in. Dixon drives back over the bowler. He hasn't got much on that one. It's 1 run. It's stopped by Wells mid-off. And there are 2 balls left of this over. Durham need 31 from 14 balls. They are 169 for 4.
He's just waiting for the pina coladas to get made.
Been waiting a long time. I've been waiting for 10 years.
Hurt again, bowling to Cars, who's on 12 from 9. Cars pushes this out towards deep mid-wicket. Croft coming in from long on. 2 runs. 1 ball after the over. Durham need 29. They need boundaries. Had such a good start. They won 4 of the first 5, but if they don't win this one, they've lost 6 of the last 7.
Some turnaround in form, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a major drop in form. All went a bit Pete Tong, really, when the second team were isolating because of coronavirus, and Durham just had the bare bones of a team left to pick. Whoa! Where's that coming down? It's going to be out. Davies is underneath it. Oh, he's not. He's missed it. He nearly dragged it over the rope as well. That had some height in it from Cars. That's gone up higher than the floodlight, didn't it? It went up and up and up, and then I think Davies looked like he'd gotten himself nicely in line, and then suddenly he was backpedaling and it bounced behind him. Durham need 26 from 12 balls. 18 overs gone, 174 for 4.
We've said all evening that no fielder has looked comfortable under any catch that's gone up, and that was, just a complete misjudgment from Al Davis. They're the ones that you just pray don't go for a 1 bounce for when you're fielding like that. That's the absolute worst thing that you can do as a fielder, I think. Miss the catch and it goes for a 1 bounce for. Georgie Boyce today, I'm going to get this on air, I'm sorry Boyce, he dropped the hat-trick ball of Alex Hartley. And it went for 4.
And how did that go down?
Not well. Not well at all.
You should not take it well.
Hartley didn't, Hartley only mentioned it 3 or 4 times, so it was...
Straight away.
Yeah, and then brought it up in the team debrief at the end of the game.
Penultimate over will be bowled by Luke Wood, 174 for 4. Well, this is going to be a big over, this, hasn't it? Because you don't really be wanting to try and chase too many. You don't want to be too far into double figures in the last over, do you?
They've put on 37 so far, these two, in how many balls? 22 balls. Dixon nearing his 2nd half century this season as well. He's faced 30 for his 47, 3 fours and a 6. Cars 11 balls, 17 runs, 1 4. So 26 needed.
12 balls left. Wood to bowl the penultimate over of the match, his 4th and final one. He's had quite a lengthy conversation there with Keaton Jennings, who's helping out the captain. Of course, Dane Vellas is the skipper, but he's got the gloves on. He's miles away from Luke Wood, so Jennings was having a little count around.
This is an odd field.
Everyone in front of square outside the circle, is it? Oh no, there's a kind of wide third man. As Wood comes in and bowls, it's full of length and driven up towards long on. And we'll come back for two, pick up and throw. Ooh. Wasn't too far away from the stumps at the bowler's end, but they have got two. Go on, Kate.
So he's got a short third man that's very, very tight. He's got a deep third man that's wide. He's got a deep cover in the ring, and then he's got a long off, a long on, and a cow corner, and then a square in the ring and a 45. So that indicates to me that he's going to go wide Yorkers. I think that allows him to bowl that with this field.
Let's see what he serves up. Wood coming in to bowl left arm over the wicket. It is Fawlett's off stump, and it's drilled up towards long off. Again, the pick up and throw. Again, they've squeezed out two. So good running. 4 from the first 2 balls of this over. 178 for 4, 22 off 10. It's blowing a bit now, his cast.
Hands on the bat there. Bent over on the bat.
Yeah. Have a breather for a second.
He's had a hard week, you know.
He's had a good week, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's had an excellent
Good
week.
on him.
Yeah.
Another one that took his opportunity.
Can he cap it off by hitting the winning runs for Durham? 22 off 10. Here's Wood to cast. He's gone for that full wide Yorker that Kate mentioned. It's squirted out
one this time.
through the offside. Yeah, just a single on this occasion.
That brings Dixon on to strike, who's on 47.
Make some noise. Flashes up on the scoreboard.
That's
and
a beautiful sunset as well, just beyond that scoreboard, isn't it?
The crowd respond to it as well. 21 off 9. Carson Dixon trying to take it as deep as they can. Support from inside the ground, though, from this limited crowd, of course, still. But they're enjoying the evening and they're making themselves heard. 9 balls left, 21 to win. Dixon on strike. And that's drilled through extra cover for 4. It's a great shot.
Lovely. 50 for him.
Half century for Dixon. 51 from 31. That was his 4th 4. Full and wide and dispatched through extra cover for a terrific shot for 4.
What a shot that was. He's got so much power on that, and I think he knows the plan now. He's seen the field. He just stepped across his off stump and gave himself his arms to be able to hit through there, but what a shot.
17 off 8. Durham taking the game deep here. Wood in to Dixon. Just squirts it through the offside. Up comes Hurt. They're going to come back for a second.
Bad throw.
Yeah, it wasn't a great throw. Too high for Villas. And they've been able to come back and run 2. Thanks to Kate for joining us. She's got duties to do at the close of play. 7 balls left, 15 required. It's a blinding little 53 from Sean Dixon here from 32 balls. Wood, this is final ball of his 4-over spell. 1 for 38, his figures. Little blow of air through the cheeks as Wood comes steaming in and bowls.
Oh,
and it's chopped away through the offside. And it's caught. Caught by Croft at long off. And Dixon departs. Swatting the ball out towards long off. Just in front of the hotel. And Croft clutching the ball from the sky. Perhaps the safest pair of hands inside Emirates Old Trafford, Stephen Croft. And Durham lose the big wicket of Dixon, having gotten himself to half century, departs. It's a big fist pump from Luke Wood. 185 for 5. Dixon goes for 53. Caught Croft ball Wood. So 6 balls left and 15 runs are required for Durham to win the match. Of course, 14 will tie the game, don't forget. Who will bowl the final over for Lancashire Lightning? For those who have been lucky enough to get the tickets, and plenty wanted them, have been treated to a terrific game of T20 cricket. So Ben Rain, the new batsman, who's got the job of bowling the final over. Danny Lamb has been given the task of trying to see this through for Lancashire Lightning. A reminder for you, if Durham do not get these runs...
What about a tie?
Durham are out. 14 required for the tie.
A tie would mean Durham are on 12 points and Lancashire on 13, so a win at Notts for Durham and a Lancashire defeat would see Durham go through.
So it's
Still
tie.
keep it alive.
Yeah,
Cars
tie
is on
could be.
strike. Cars is on strike, which is important.
And he can clobber it, can't he? Blimey.
Wood, 4 overs, 2 for 38.
No, Rain's on strike, isn't he?
Oh, yes, he is. Oh, they crossed in there. Rain on strike to Lamb. It's gone down the very edge of the track. How's that not a wide? And that's what Rain's asking Michael Goff. Why have you not given that as a wide? How's that not a wide? I'd like to see that again.
He's flirting with the guidelines, wasn't he? That's for certain. Dot ball given, though. It's a 15 off 5.
We're not seeing it again. 15 needed from 5 balls then. Comes around the wicket, he bowls, tries a Yorker length ball. It's drilled down the field by Rain for 1. Oh, Davies collects it and Carr says, no, stay there. I've been in.
Yeah.
I've got my eye.
Good move. Keep Carson on strike, or get him on strike. Only 4 balls left. He needs to face most of them if Durham are going to get these runs to win the match, or indeed tie the match. Captain's come up, Dame Velas. He wants to have a word in the bowler's ear. Who else wants a word? Luke Wood, he wants to have a word. He's going to sprint up and speak to Daniel Lamb as well. Cast walking around.
14 needed from 4 balls, is
Yep,
it?
14 from 4, 13 to tie. Because a tie's a tie, don't forget. Point apiece, no super over in the group stage. He's got a deep square leg. He's got a long leg. He's got a deep mid-wicket. He's got a long arm. 14 off 4.
He bowls. It's a leg stump Yorker played upfield by Cars. 2 runs. Better get a move on down the other end.
12 off 3 required. Daniel Lamb here being given the task of trying to see this through for Lancashire. Bowling at the death. Of course, not Saki, but Mahmood, who would have this type of responsibility for Lancashire, but he's with England. So Lamb it is. So far, just 3 off the first 3 balls.
Durham need 2 big boundaries here. Cars has turned that into a Yorker. It's just going to be 2, and this is running out for Durham. They need 10 from 2 balls.
16
And
to 6.
This has been a good
Yes,
over from
yeah,
Lamb.
it has.
It's been controlled. Lancashire going through to the quarter-finals with victory here for the umpteenth time. I think it's only about 4 seasons they haven't actually managed to get through.
Only if the Birmingham Bears lose to Worcestershire. It's the only way that they would be certain of going through with a win here. Be a big step towards it, but not mathematically certain of it.
Danny Lamb just taking his time here. Carson on strike on 26. Durham really could have done without losing Dixon at the final ball of the last over, but he was trying to push the game. Lamb to Carson. And he plays it down the field for just 1 run by the looks of it. Oh, they're going to get 2. And that's it. Durham are going to need 8 to win from the final delivery.
It's time for you-know-what as well, isn't it? It's time for the T20 anthem to bellow out around the ground. The Lancashire fans are on their feet. Time for a sing-song around Emirates Old Trafford.
Last ball then. And it's up in the air. That should be out. Oh, it just falls short of Wells. And Durham finish on 193 for 5. And they lose by 6 runs. And they are out of the T20. They've never chased a score as high as 200. And again, it comes into play. It's been a really good effort from them tonight. But the second half of the T20 this season, having won 4 in the first 5, to lose 6 out of the last 7, it fell apart really big. And now they just go to Notts on Sunday with pride at stake, nothing else. And having won 4 of their last 6 visits here, Lancashire pull off a big victory. So they've got it. They're through to the quarter-finals.
They're not.
They're not. They're not.
Not yet. Not yet.
Not
No.
yet. Well, they're nearly there. They've taken a giant stride today. That final over went for 8 runs.
Yeah, well bowled, Danny Lamb right at the death there, to the delight of the Lancashire supporters, bouncing around inside the temporary stand. The victory puts Lancashire on to 14 points. Birmingham Bears did beat Worcestershire, so they move on to 13, go above Durham. Durham can't qualify, so Lancashire on to 14 points, level with Worcestershire, but of course the Bears just below them. I think we'll just, by the time all the equations are worked out, Lancashire on the cusp of the quarterfinals, but not quite just yet. That as we stand here, the players come out and punch fists. But a good game of T20 cricket. Durham taking it deep, but just falling short in the end. It's a big total to chase. Lancashire winning by 6 wickets. This is the penultimate game of the competition, of course. But, a good night for Lancashire supporters inside the ground. Beautiful evening weather-wise, and 2 more points in towards their quest to try and reach the quarter-finals of the competition. So well played, Lancashire Lightning. Not to beat for Durham, as Martin explained. That's a slumping form at the back end of their group campaign. Their hopes of progressing are ended. Lancashire live to fight another day. Yorkshire here next. They've beaten Durham by 6 runs.
So welcome once again to the boundary edge, where the Lancashire players just heading up to their dressing room. I'm alongside Kate Cross at the end of what was a thrilling run chase that eventually, ultimately, ended up 6 runs short of Lancashire's total. It is a win, but as we've been monitoring throughout this game, Birmingham beat Worcestershire, so despite that victory being very important for the Lightning, they're not into the top 4 just yet. They're in the top 4, but they're not qualified yet, but so important that they got that win.
We said that at half-time, didn't we? We said ultimately Lancashire just needed to get their win tonight, and they don't worry about what the other results were. They've done their job. They come back tomorrow and they try and beat Yorkshire. Simple.
Yes, it is simple. At least it's a simple equation. If Lancashire win, they are in. Birmingham must better Lancashire's result. They play Northamptonshire on Sunday, so they will go into that game on Sunday knowing exactly what they need to do. We thought 200 would be a lot for Durham to chase down. It would have been a record chase in T20 cricket for Durham. They fell just a little bit short, but like Lancashire, they got a fantastic start. When did you stop being worried?
I think for me, the pivotal point was the Tom Hartley over when he took 2 wickets in that over. We talked about it on commentary about why Dane Villas had bowled him his 3 only in the 9th over. It seemed like quite a risky business to do that, but it paid off. But for me, it was when Crofty came on and he seemed to get control back. He took that wicket. But hats off to Durham, they batted so well there. Bedingham, Dixon, they all came out and played their hand, and it's frightening when you think 199 is par score on Emirates Old Trafford. That's a bit of a worry, but fair play to the bowlers. They came back, they fought well, they took wickets when they needed to, and they got the job done. It might not have been too pretty, but they got it done.
I think the difference between the two sides, after both got blistering starts, Kate, is probably because Lancashire managed to squeeze at just the right time. You say wickets are always crucial, aren't they? But there was a sense, wasn't there, that just at the right times, not only did they take the wickets, but they applied the pressure thereafter to stop Durham getting any sort of momentum thereafter too.
Yeah, and I said it on commentary, but what Lancashire do very well when they play at home is they know the dimensions of this ground. So there was an incredible stop by Alex Davis out at Cow, where he's 10 yards in off the rope, and he managed to stop a ball going for 4, and they're so aware of this ground and how to play on it, and it's such an advantage for them. So I think being in that dressing room now, having got the win, coming back here tomorrow, I think they'll be pleased that they're obviously not going to Headingley to play that game. They've got it here at home.
Yeah, and again, the home form this time around has been sensational, and it's a crucial bedrock for any launching towards the quarterfinals. There is a sense, isn't there, that the confidence that they'll get from holding off Durham in what was a tight game of great importance, that will help them tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely will. And the crowd, I think, played their part as well tonight. They were absolutely brilliant. I think there was only 4,000 in it. It felt like 24,000. So, again, that home advantage is brilliant for this team, and they play so well at home. But, yeah, they've got to back it up tomorrow.
And HAMP Press, given that they have been forced, Lancashire, to make all these changes, against their will, because England have got quite a lot of their superstar players. We'll talk about one of them in just a moment. But it's important that even though these changes are enforced upon them, those that step up contribute to an extent that at the moment that they needed to win, they are doing so.
Yeah, definitely. The likes of Luke Wells, Rob Jones coming in and bowling, you know, they're part-time bowlers, let's be honest. So for them to come in and bowl crucial overs is vital when you're winning games of cricket. But yeah, you've got the likes of Saqib Mahmood, Liam Livingston and Matt Parkinson, who you're getting 4 overs from every game guaranteed. So that's 12 overs for Dane to find. But I think it just goes to show the depth that the squad has. I mean, Tom Bailey still sat on the side. When everyone pigeonholed him into red ball cricket, he came in and took a 5-for. So it's a headache for the head coach to have, but it's great to have that depth in the dressing room waiting to play as well.
Well, it must be said that all 3 of those players that you mentioned got a bit of a thrashing about against Pakistan in the first T20. But I am pleased to tell you that Liam Livingston scored a 17-ball half-century in that game, the first of the 3 games at Trent Bridge this evening. He's still there. He's 68 off 29. Liam Livingston is going to get in this T20 squad for the World Cup at the way that he's going, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's a formidable talent, isn't he? We see it time and time again when he comes and plays here. But he's a fearless cricketer, and he just has the ability to go out and change games, and they're dangerous players to have in a 2020 squad because they can do exactly that. England were actually behind when they were going at 12 and over, and Liam's come in and kind of got them back onto the rate that they needed to be. So yeah, it's obviously great that he's a Lancashire lad, and we're really proud when he goes out and does well with an England shirt on.
Yeah, they need to stop losing wickets. That's the only thing I would say about that particular game. But back to this one, and given that Liam is an opening batsman who would be in this side opening the batting, once again, the foundation of this victory has come as a result of the opening pair. And if you think about what Durham did with their opening pair, the difference wasn't much, but it was, in the end, significant.
Yeah, it was. And we spoke at the halfway point about how key that Keaton Jennings and Finn Allen partnership was, and how easy they made it look. But equally, the Durham batsmen, when they came out, they were up to the task as well. But yeah, I don't know why Finn Allen wasn't fielding. I hope he's okay. We obviously want to make sure he's fit for tomorrow. I'm sure you'll get some gossip for us, Hugh. But yeah, just an all-round great performance, I think, from everyone at some point tonight. They all stuck their hands up and either bowled well, fielded well, or batted well when they needed to.
And I know they would have wanted to have it done tonight now, but how exciting is it and how motivating is it that they get to do it against Yorkshire, should it go their way?
Let's be honest. If they're going to do it, they might as well do it in style. I said it earlier, it'd be the fairy tale story, wouldn't it? The Yorkshire versus Lancashire here at Emirates Old Trafford. So it'll be an exciting game, hopefully more a similar crowd to tonight, nice and loud, and similar weather, hopefully. But yeah, it'll be a great night.
Yes, it'll be fascinating to watch, and it'll be. They should schedule the Yorkshire game and last it in each and every North group. I'm going to say thank you to you, Kate Cross.
Thank
you very much indeed, because we've got Alex Davis coming in to say hello as he shares pleasantries with Kate. Hello, well done.
Thanks.
You pooped from singing a song, not from all the fielding you've just been doing.
Yeah, obviously a really, really good win to be a part of, and I think the crowd helped us get over the line tonight. They were fantastic.
Give us a sense of how you feel in there, because even though it hasn't been cemented, you have put yourself in a position to be able to do it against Yorkshire tomorrow, because the Birmingham Bears have beaten Worcestershire Rapids, just in case that's news to you. But there is a real sense that you are doing exactly what you need to do, and given the pressure that you faced over the last few weeks, you must be very satisfied out there.
Yeah, definitely. The first thing we checked when we went in was the Birmingham result, but that's fine. We need to win tomorrow, and we play our best cricket when it's like that. Previous years when we've done well, we've sometimes just scraped through the groups, and then momentum plays a big part. So hopefully get a couple of wins under our belt, and then it's knockout cricket after that.
I know part of it is being here and having these last 3 games here to be able to propel you towards those quarterfinals should you reach it. But yet you are performing under pressure. Is it because you're here partly, or is it just because you tend to be motivated by those kind of circumstances?
Probably a mixture of both. We are a really tough team to beat here. We play well under our own conditions, our own pitch dimensions, so we feel confident enough that we can beat anyone in the world when we play here. Yeah, we might have lost a few away games this year, but work on that and we'll be some team.
And your half-century today, how pleased were you? Because the foundation that is laid by the guys up top, I know you'd rather be one of those 2 guys up top, but the foundation that was laid, you don't come in necessarily with the power play restrictions, but you do come in with a little bit of freedom because of how those 2 played.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a new role for me this year, but I actually was a little bit embarrassed early on the way that the boys went out at the top. I didn't feel like I could hit one early, so I just had to take a few balls to get myself in, and then me and Dane said, let's just set ourselves and then try and go at the end.
Did you feel like 199 was an okay score? Because it felt like to everybody here that
Pardon?
it would be. Did you feel like 199 was an okay score? Because it felt like to everybody here that was a fantastic batting performance.
Yeah, the openers come off and said around 200. When I batted, I felt a little bit less. But if you get 199 at Old Trafford, with our bowling attack, we should be able to defend it. Yeah.
And you mentioned it, and Kate did as well, the dimensions here. Understanding the dimensions, it's a strange thing for us to kind of come to terms with because we don't necessarily think or imagine what it's like to be, particularly in the outfield where you field. But how much of a benefit is that, understanding exactly your angles and knowing where the ball's going to end up and cutting it off at the right time?
Yeah, it's huge. Teams come here and sometimes don't know quite where to stand in the outfield or how far off the rope to be, so we use that to our advantage. The wind as well. There's quite a big wind tonight that I ran under one.
I wasn't going to mention it, but you brought it up, so that's okay.
Well, I thought I'd get there first.
And finally, to have it all on the line, essentially against Yorkshire, but here, I just said flippantly to Kate at the end there, they should schedule a Roses match for the final group game of every single North group in the Vitality Blast, just to be able to, for likes of me, to be able to build up to a kind of a showpiece occasion. But you'd enjoy that, wouldn't you, beating Yorkshire to go through?
Yeah, it's the first fixture we look for every year, Yorkshire at home. I think it was set for after the restrictions, but Boris ruined that party. So it won't be a full house like we always look forward to, but it's still a massive game and we need to win.
Well, we wish you luck with that. Good luck tomorrow.
Cheers.
We'll all be watching, and certainly there'll be plenty of people here too. That's a cheer for you, honestly, Alex, as Stainville comes and says hello to the gathered throng as well. Well done to you today. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Cheers,
so that is Alex Davis after another win for Lancashire Lightning by 6 runs here this evening. And it has been a very dramatic evening, not only here but elsewhere. It means that just one win, and a win against Yorkshire, will be enough for the Lancashire Lightning to go through to the quarterfinals of the Vitality Blast. But it is not done yet. It will be, at least, if they win, by around about 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. Otherwise, it's watching elsewhere, but a Roses clash to savour tomorrow. Enjoy it, and good night.
Good evening from Edgbaston and welcome to Bears Den TV for tonight's Vitality Blast game between the Worcestershire Rapids and the Birmingham Bears. It is a big night. Not only is the pride at stake, the Norman Gifford Trophy is up for grabs, and of course the Birmingham Bears need that vital win in the tournament to take them to the next stage. But as we head through the next half an hour with our partners Lord Combustion Services, we will bring you all the build-up to the game. We'll have the news from the toss with the captain, Will Rhodes, as well. And of course, all your team news. We're expecting around 6,000 people here in the stadium tonight. If you are one of them, do make sure that you adhere to social distancing guidelines and stick to our COVID rules throughout the course of the evening. But we also know loads of you are watching from home on Bears Den TV. If you are one of them, do download our app. It's free on iOS and Android. You can take part in polls throughout the night, and you can also be part of the game. We really want to hear from you. Share your pictures via the photo wall. You may see them up on the big screen throughout the course of the game. And everyone needs to get involved. Just use that hashtag #YouBears. You know it very, very well, and you might see your face up on those screens as well. Now, to kick off tonight's proceedings, we thought we'd have a chat with our first team coach, Mark Robinson, and Will Rhodes. We caught up with them both at the County Championship game at New Road earlier in the week.
Look, we always felt we had to get two out of those last three victories. As you say, we've enjoyed today, we've enjoyed the moment. We've not won anything, but we've achieved it. So we recover tomorrow, and then we come back to the final for us. You know, we've got two good finals, we've got to try and win them. It's a local derby on Friday, which will add extra spice. We haven't got Edgbaston by the Yorkshire game, so we owe our public some good performance. Got some bodies back. She's back with us, which is great. The two West Indian guys are in the squad as well, which is exciting. So we better serve from a personnel point of view. When the games to win, as you say, win both games, see what gets us. It might just get you into that home quarter final.
A different format, of course, but I'd like to say, give you confidence to take these sorts of games.
It gives you a bit of energy, of course it is. Look, the boys are pretty tired. It's been 4 days here on that type of surface. You know, you go, and we're not the only team, you go night game, into a 4-day game, and 1 day off, and back again. That's quite tough. But it was one big push in this competition, and we've got 2 final days to push in the T20. And, you know, we regroup and go into different formats. Players are going to the 100. So, yeah, as I say, that's why we've got to enjoy this moment and separate and get ready for what will be a game on Friday. As you get, there'll be some new people coming into that with, you know, your hoses, etc. A few extra off Polly and people like that, and they'll give you some energy.
Yeah, I was going to say, talk about diversity in this and in the T20, you've had lots of players missing times. How difficult is that? How important to get these guys back?
Well, Red Bull, we haven't been too bad. The three, you know, will be Milo and Liam Moore will have stood up brilliantly. The luxury of having Alice, so not as much as we'd have liked. But it's a T20 team. We've been badly hitting that, and on the bowling to have, you know, overall 6 bowlers missing who would have been bowling in that power play. That's but we haven't been good enough for the there. So, you know, we can't really hide too much. We've got to get better, play better. We can't hide that, but yeah, we'll take some for this, but and hopefully we can take that into Friday, as you say.
Yeah, 100%. You know, 2 wins, that's all we can do. That's what we're focusing on. Obviously, Worcester on Friday. You know, what we can do on our own turf against those boys and putting on potential for Sunday. That's the whole point of it. And we've got, you know, definitely got 3 guys back into the team, and that's exciting, all with international. So, you know, if you get 2 points and sneak in the back door, then that's a very exciting time for the club.
I asked Mark Robinson a question, but does and what it's led to give you confidence over the weekend?
It's cricket in general. It doesn't matter whether it's red or white ball. It's the best thing that's happened to us. Yes, a lot of time in the dirt, and there's going to be some tired bodies Friday, but a Bears v Bears is for. These are to watch a play for. it's nice to get under our one each season. And that's all we can do. All we can do is 2 points in Sunday.
It's nothing to lose cricket as well, because you know once you're not going to qualify, then all guns blazing.
100%. No point trying to fiddle around and knock us. We may as well try and go for the win. That's the whole point of it. We want to qualify well. So, like I say, it's out of our hands. We probably need a couple of results to go our way and win our 2 games as well. So, no fair cricket, just like it was at the start of the competition.
Okay, not long to go until things get underway out there. So let's get the latest from the middle with Captain Will Rhodes. Will, what happened out there?
Won the toss and we're having a bat.
Okay, why have you chosen to go out and bat first?
I think we had a good little bit of success with that early tournament away from home, and obviously we've got the 3 big lads back from international duty and a bit of a COVID break in Brathwaite, Myers and Briggsy, so hopefully that'll play into our hands.
So a few changes out there then. Talk us through the team tonight.
Yeah, 3 changes, just as I've said there, Briggs, Brathwaite and Myers in for Bethel, Sidebottom and Lamb. Nearly at full strength. Great to have them back, and obviously it's a must-win game.
May, as you mentioned there, we haven't yet seen him in a Bears shirt. What's he going to bring to the game tonight?
Hopefully a lot of excitement. I have not actually seen him play either. Over here anyway, you obviously see a little bit of him on TV, and obviously he hits a clean ball according to Fabi and Robbo, so hopefully he brings a lot of excitement and a few runs and some wickets as well.
Bears v Pairs is always a big game. How are you all feeling ahead of it? Because it's must win as well.
A lot of excitement. There's obviously a few nerves there. It's a rivalry, but more excitement. We know what we need to do. We know we need to go out and win well. We've got 2 big games coming left, almost like cup finals. So there's not really much we can do. No real pressure. We've just got to go out there and perform.
Yeah, a busy weekend ahead. What's all the talk in the dressing room about at the moment? How you're sort of feeling and bouncing back? Because you've got, the Red Bull game's gone really, really well for you, and really good news this week. So is that going to force you through tonight, do you think?
Hopefully. I think the message is just go out there and enjoy it. Just how we did at the start of the competition when we were winning games and we put a little run together. So, it's one of those things that it's almost out of our hands now. We've got to go win 2 games and results to go our way. So there's not much that we can do apart from enjoy it. And Friday night at Edgbaston is the place to start.
It certainly is, Will. Thank you very much. Go well. So a reminder there, the Bears won the toss and they're going to have a bat first. We're going to be catching up with the Bears legend in a minute. Ollie Hannon-Dolby will be having a chat to me.
The coronavirus is the biggest threat this country has faced for decades. I must give British people a very simple instruction. You must stay at home.
The views from Edgbaston Road on Monday was surreal. Medical tents lined up car park, police as well as medical staff walking around wearing protective clothing.
Hello lads.
You're on mute, Skip.
Skip, you're on mute there.
Can you hear me?
Sorry guys, from the door.
No more research, nonsense.
Hey, what are you doing?
We're bringing some back.
Yes.
Yes. Game on!
Okay, I am joined now by a very popular face around here at Edgbaston, fast bowler Oliver Hannon-Dolby, or Ollie, as we like to call you, or OHD even. So, Ollie, it's a big game out there. What's it like to be in one of these derbies?
Just exciting. These are the games you live to play for as a cricketer. Bears versus Pairs, T20 game, Friday night, beautiful day. There's sort of no better sight in cricket, really. So these are the games you really get excited about.
How fierce a rivalry is it? Because I know from a fan's point of view, we're all like, I'd rather be a Bear than a Pair. But for you guys, what's it really like?
No, it's still there. We're playing for a trophy tonight. We're playing for the Norman Gifford Trophy. I'd love to stand here and say to you, all the Worcester lads are absolute numpties and we hate them. But they're not. They're nice lads, really. But yeah, definitely out there to win tonight.
What are some of your finest memories of playing in this fixture?
Okay, you put me on the spot there. I obviously remember us winning a few times a year. We won in 2014. I think we beat Worcester a few times here. But always just a great game of cricket. Like I said, normally on a Friday night in front of a big crowd and just really exciting.
Okay, so if we talk a bit about Red Bull, because it's going really, really well for you in the Red Bull game, and of course, the Bears, Warwickshire are going to be playing in the Division 1 Championship now, and it is really exciting that we've clinched that place. Looking forward to Super September?
Yeah, obviously, mission number one was to get into that top division, which we've thankfully done. So to get into the Super September group is brilliant, and we've sort of carried a few points with us. It means we're starting top, which is obviously absolutely brilliant. So hopefully come September we put a few more good performances in and get through to the final.
Fingers crossed for a Super September. I can't let you go without talking about the Pod Blast, because you are the host of it. You recorded one today as well, didn't you?
Yeah, we had a brilliant episode a few weeks ago with Big Carlos, and we had an episode today with the Brooks brothers, which was very entertaining. So yeah, check that one out. It's very good.
Cannot wait to hear that. We'll catch up with you a little bit later. I hope your foot's doing all right. I know everyone will be hoping that it is. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. In a moon boot, but I'm all right.
In a moon boot, but he's all right. He's rocking it. Okay, so of course that was Oliver Hannon-Dolby. We'll catch up with him shortly. Now tonight at Edgbaston, we're going to be celebrating a true legend of the game. We are going to be talking to shortly, well, in the interval, Ian Bell. He retired at the end of the 2020 season, having won the county championship twice, 3 one-day cups, the Vitality Blast, and he is our most ever capped cricketer. So we're going to hear from him in the interval, but first, let's have a little look at his career highlights. Okay, Edgbaston, a reminder that the Birmingham Bears won the toss, are going to have a bat first. So let's get a look at your teams for tonight, starting with the Worcestershire Rapids. Jack Haynes, Brett D'Oliveira, Jake Libby, Daryl Mitchell, Ben Cox, Ross Whiteley, Ed Barnard, Ben Dwarcius, Ish Sodhi, Dylan Pennington, and Charlie Morris. And your Birmingham Bears for this evening: Ed Pollock, Adam Hose, Captain Will Rhodes, birthday boy Sam Hain, Kyle Mayers, Burgess. Carlos Brathwaite. Jake Lintott. Danny Briggs. Craig Miles. So those are your teams for this evening, but you notice there, opening the batting for us tonight is Ed Pollock. So we thought we'd catch up with him and find out about his favourite T20 moments so far this season.
They've always felt to get 2 out of those last 3 victories. As you say, we'll enjoy today, we'll enjoy the moment.
Ed Pollock, batsman. Could be final stage 2017, first experience getting out there, especially the semi-final against the Northern. Great experience.
That's nailed. 34 for none, and Pollock has all 34.
It was a lot of excitement. We've done one lot of games on the bounce to get to the quarterfinals, and on the back of an amazing time at the Oval against Surrey. It's just really exciting. Oh, it was amazing. I've never experienced anything like it. It was so far from what I've done before with the crowd. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, it just came off me on the back of a lot of runs, and the game was a great place.
Yeah, finds the gap importantly. Man, Point has no chance. Heaved away, finds the gap and 4. Well, pulled away, into the leg side.
Now I'm joined by
Oh, good catch, brilliant run into his left. That is an outstanding bit of work.
So we've just seen Ed Pollock there talking about some of his favourite moments.
Oh, chipped. No footwork whatsoever. Grant Elliott.
Small margin for error, and if you get it wrong, it's coming back at you or it's going distance.
So you obviously played for the Bears in some big games, and when you're up against it like we are tonight, you know, we're going out there, we want this win. What's it like in the dressing room in the build-up to that, and knowing that you must come out and win?
I think everyone knows it's a big game, and everyone's prepared for it, and I think it being a local derby, everyone's quite prepared for it anyway, so everyone's pumped up, everyone's ready.
So local derby, what's it like to be in a local derby? A lot of us won't get a chance.
Oh, it's amazing, and I think we've been robbed of a little bit of an experience here with knowing that we can't have a full capacity crowd. I've had the opportunity of playing with the stands being packed, but 6,000 people here tonight. It should be a great atmosphere.
It is always rocking at Edgbaston when the Bears come on and take on the Worcestershire Rapids. Some of your memories of those games that you've played in?
Oh, it's amazing. I remember 2015. 14 playing here, being up against it and the crowd getting behind you and you're rocking, and I came in and got a wicket with my first ball. That's an amazing feeling, and then coming off the back of that with a win, it was an amazing experience.
The Bears are coming out and having a bat first. What would you like to see happen out here from the get-go really tonight?
Come out, set the tone with the bat, be assertive, play, enjoy it, play, please the crowd, put a big score on, put Worcester under pressure from the get-go.
I think everybody agrees with you. Ricardo, thank you so much for joining us again in the Bears Den. We're going to let you go off and get ready to do a bit of commentary.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Give it up, please, for Ricardo, Flash Gordon, everybody. So, it's almost time for Blast-Off. Stick around.
What now?
Hello.
Don't laugh.
Do we all have to do this? Very stony, that.
Flare up the mullet, baby.
I don't even know where to put my hands.
Don't know what to do with my hands.
Hey, any danger?
Go on then.
Let's go. Don't mess your lines up, guys.
Hello, it's Dom Sibley, and welcome to the famous Eric Holly stand, hello, it's Dom Sibley, Sibbo, Fridge, and welcome to the famous Eric Holly stand, which is
Follow the one-way routes around the stadium.
Please observe social distancing at all times. What an idiot.
Wash your hands and use the sanitizer. Wash your hands and use the sanitizer.
Hello. Sorry, that's my West Ham.
Why have you got me on this all of a sudden?
Classic Stone.
Haney does that, doesn't he? What is it? Takes a catch and slip and goes.
Boom!
Between celebrations.
You're not impressed? You're not happy with that? He was just like, are you done? That's it.
Come on!
How's that look?
Mate, you just missed the greatest bit of green screening ever.
It is a big game, of course, tonight for the Bears as they take on the Worcestershire Rapids. We want you to get involved, whether you are here at Edgbaston or whether you're watching at home on Bears Den TV. Make sure you share your pictures with us. Send them to us. Use the hashtag #YouBears. We want to hear you screaming that tonight because we really want to get behind our boys. The weather is set fair. It isn't looking bad at all. But if you are new to the game, here's a little refresher on the rules.
Each match is played by 2 teams of 11 players. Some are batters, some are bowlers, and there's one wicket-keeper. Both teams have a chance to bat and bowl. Look out for the coin toss. That's how they decide which team bats or bowls first. Each team has 20 overs to score as many runs as possible. The team with the most runs wins the game. One over is made up of 6 good deliveries from the bowler. To score runs, batters hit the ball and run between the stumps. If the ball reaches the boundary, it's 4 runs. And if it gets there without bouncing, that's a 6. While the batting team are scoring runs, the bowling team are trying to stop them and get the batters out by taking wickets. A few ways batters can be out are bowled, caught, run out, stumped, and LBW. Watch out for signals from the umpires, 4s, 6s, wickets, and these when a bad delivery has been bowled. Bad deliveries add runs to the batting team's score, and the bowler must bowl an extra ball. If you see the umpire doing this, then the next ball is a free hit, and the batter cannot be out. Bowled, caught, LBW, or stumped. And those are all the basics you need to know to get behind your team in this year's Vitality Blast competition.
Got that? Good. Right, Edgbaston, we need to hear you. It's a big night tonight. After me, I want your biggest YouBears yet, okay? 1, 2, 3. YouBears! That's good. That's good. Hopefully we'll get better through the evening. Now we're minutes away from the team entrance. Edgbaston, get ready.
Well, it's that time again. Time for a bit of rock and roll. Huge wicket. Oh, gone again. He's gone again this time straight. Running round. Oh, that's incredible. What a catch. Huge wicket. That could be the game right there. It's got him. It's 7. Unbelievable.
Edgbaston, please welcome today's on-field officials.
On the line, of course, plus the opportunity to qualify inside the top 4 for the quarterfinals of the Vitality Blast is at stake tonight. Should the Rapids win now secure that race, if the Bears do want to proceed, they need to win tonight and then win again on Sunday here against the Northants fullbacks to have a chance of making the last 4.
Please welcome onto the field the Worcestershire Rapids, led by captain Brett D'Oliveira.
Right down to the wire. A 80% capacity crowd here in Birmingham the other night was absolutely sensational. So yeah, it was brilliant to see as we get underway with Ed Pollock facing the first ball.
He's going to take strike at the far end, and we're going to have a wide first up. Really loose ball this time round. And just check on you, how you doing? On your left foot?
Yeah, I've got a big moon boot on. He's a bit over the top because I've essentially got a bit of plantar fasciitis, which is a little bit sore, and a bit of a bruised heel at the moment. So I'm resting, but hopefully should be give it a few weeks and should be back on my feet again. But yeah, the moon boot is a little bit over the top.
Ben Darhus is the opening bowler from this pavilion end. Lovely bit of swing there, but a nicer swing coming from Ed Pollock through the covers for 4. Delightful shot. And the Bears are off and running.
Yeah, obviously starting with a wide, you often put yourself under a little bit of pressure, and it's not a terrible ball, if I'm honest, swinging away outside off, and Ed's played a glorious cover drive over the top for 4.
Look like a nice bit of shape. We are right behind the bowler's arm, aren't we?
Bit of swing. I'm glad you pronounced his surname first, because I was about to get it all wrong. Ben Dwarhouse.
That's fine, I think so, it'll do. Listen, we're here for Bears Den TV, we're not too worried about them, are we? That's my attitude. What was you going to call him?
Dewey House? No, Ben Dwarhouse sounds great. As he follows up with a very good heavy length delivery there, probably a bit shorter than the ball before that went for 4. And Ed respectfully blocks it into the covers.
We got a third man and we got a deep square leg of the 2 fielders that are outside the circle. You've played in these games. I mean, the rivalry just notches everything up a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, you'd much rather be a bear than a pair. So oh my gosh.
Well, he's drilled that, hasn't he? He's done really well to get something on that, to be fair.
Yeah.
It was in his follow-through, but Ed Pollock has absolutely leathered that.
Yeah, but Polly has absolutely whacked that back. And there is no easy ball to field when it comes back. I don't care if it's hit at 20 miles an hour, it's hard off your own bowling when you're basically stood on one leg following through. So Mr. Dwarhouse there has done pretty well to stop the ball and not to hurt himself there, really. So nice to see he's actually okay, if I'm honest.
Worcester 6 wins, a couple of no results as well, so 14 points so far in the bag for them. 4th ball of the first over. Beautiful evening here. Oh, he's bowled him. Absolutely cleaned him up. And Ed Pollock ruefully walks down the crease and away down the centre of the pitch. Absolutely cleaned up. 4th ball of the first over, and he's gone for 4.
Yeah, it's a nice bit of bowling. It's nice and full. There is a bit of shape there, and Polly's Polly was clearly going for his trademark, like slog sweep shot that he plays so well. Perhaps just a little bit of shape there doing him, and looked like it might have beat him on the outside edge, but it's hard to tell from up here. But nice bit of ball in there from Mr. Dwarhouse, keeping the stumps in play. And I'll be honest, after the first legal delivery that went for 4 over the covers, is a pretty brave length that, to keep it nice and full and keeping those stumps in play. So it's a pretty brave bit of ball in there.
Really lovely shape, isn't it? We are quite fortunate in our positioning, and every delivery so far has just had that lovely bit of away movement slightly. Will Rhodes comes to the crease.
The Bears are obviously opting to keep the right hand, left hand. I mean, looking at the batting line up here for the Bears, Jesus, there's batting all the way down. Mr. Danny Briggs is coming in at 9, and he's no slouch. Michael Burgess at 8. So I think the team here might be chopping and changing a little bit in terms of batting order, and we're going to keep right hand, left hand in for the time being. It'd be interesting to see if maybe Hosey had got out, they might have kept a right hander in. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, we've seen that combination work really well. Certainly, Yorkshire tried it here for a bit. Derbyshire did it incredibly well in their victory here earlier on in the campaign. 5 for 1 then. Still in the first over. Oh, there's that shape again. And that's a good lead from Will Rhodes, just outside his off stump.
Yeah, that's a lovely delivery. Swinging away just outside off stump. That'd have hit on fourth stump. It'd have nailed fourth stump. So yeah, that's a lovely bit of bowling.
Bumped into Rhodesy earlier. So congratulated him as captain of the county select 11. He says, is it just because I've not been picked for the 100? Does this make me the first loser, basically? Which bless him.
No, captaining a team against India is going to be a great experience as we come for the last ball of the first over. Again, heavy length from Dwarhouse, and Rhodesy knocks it into the leg side for a single.
6 off that first over, but the loss of Ed Pollock, the downside for the Bears. As we say, it looks a lovely wicket. It's a beautiful evening. A few scudding clouds overhead, but nothing worse than that.
Oh, what's a scudding cloud?
Well, moving. It will move.
Is that what a scudding cloud
disappear,
is?
scudding, yeah. Because I bet you in about 20 minutes' time, the blue sky away to our right will be right above us.
So it's not your classic cumulonimbus?
No, I don't know what you're talking about now. So,
is that a broom off Harry Potter? I'm not sure. So Dylan Pennington coming in, opening the ball in from the city end here.
What do we think of him?
He's a fine ball, I'll be honest. Dylan, he's a bit bigger than you think. He's a bit of a brute of a lad. And I don't know if he's put a yard-odd pace on or what this year, but he's certainly, from what I've seen, bowled a few sharp spells in all formats of cricket, and he's been one of the stars of the show for Worcester this year, and has been picked up in the 100 by the Birmingham Phoenix as a result.
Got played by Will Rhodes, his first ball.
But yeah, Dylan has definitely come on leaps and bounds, and has bowls quite a heavy ball these days.
Define for the viewers what do you mean by a heavy ball?
Yeah, good question. It just means it's probably got a yard more on it than you think. It's just a little bit sharper than you think it is. Like I said, Dale's probably 6'4" lad, very well built, and hits the middle of the pitch very hard.
Played again from Will Rhodes. He's got plenty on it, but it'll be fielded quite comfortably, but they will race through for a quick single. Skip us on to 2.
Yeah, that brings Adam Hose on strike, who is yet to face a ball, so hopefully we'll see the introduction of Hose into the game after this ball.
He was exceptional here in that victory against Yorkshire, him and Ed Pollock piling on the runs in that remarkable victory after they bowled them out for 84.
Yeah,
it's good to see him having a good knock that night.
Yeah, definitely. When Hosey gets going, gosh, he can be hard to bowl to. He's certainly got a bit of swagger about him when he gets in, and he can be a nightmare to bowl to. Hits the ball extremely hard and extremely far. But much like we said about this pitch, it certainly doesn't look to be any worse than it was the other day. It still looks a very good pitch to me. Some of the shots we're seeing here, some great straight driving down the ground again there from Hosey. It still looks a very good pitch to me, and it's really nice actually. The amount of games you play in domestic T20 cricket where you've got a short edge, there's only so much grass out there. Yep. The groundsmen, are pretty hamstrung by the schedule, and quite often you end up right on the edge of the square with a short edge, whereas today, because we are on this earlier pitch, we are bang in the middle, which is a rare delight.
Oh, he's gone inside edge from Adam Hose. Pennington strikes with the 4th ball of his over. It's a wild swipe from Hose, and it caught a thick inside edge and clattered into middle stump. And there's 2 down for the Bears with the score on 7.
Yeah, see what Adam Hosey was trying to do there. He's actually not the best ball. I reckon Dill's bowled this over there. He was giving him a little bit of width. Hosey looking for the cut shot. Unfortunately, just getting a bottom edge and dragging it onto the stumps, which is a bit of a shame.
Well, not the start that everyone was looking for. Adam Hose makes his way down beneath us, and Sam Hain, the birthday boy, will make his way to the middle.
Yeah, 26, I'm told today. Sam Hain. It's both Sam's birthday and our evergreen physio, Gerhard Moster. It's his birthday as well today.
It's Mozzy's birthday, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's Mozzy's birthday as well today. I'm not sure Mozzy's 26. I'll let Mozzy tell you later how old he might be. But yeah, Sam Hain turns 26 today, which sounds ridiculous. It feels like Hain has been around for 10 years. He can't be 26.
I don't think he's telling the truth. He still is very baby-faced though, isn't he?
Yeah.
Can he grow any hair on it? Have you seen a beard before?
He's got a bit of fluff on there. He's growing the mullet. He's got a mullet at the moment. He's trying to be alternative, and he's...
Obviously, I only ever see him with a cap on or his helmet on, and I did notice. I'm thinking, it looks shaved around the side and a bit growing down the back.
He's trying to do some sort of mullety thing, which I'll let the viewers see what they think about that when they see him with that cap. But yeah, it's certainly interesting.
Well, mullet or no mullet, we need some runs here. Had a terrific start to the campaign, but has been quiet since they returned to Edgbaston. We know he's got a good wicket to bat on here, though. 7 for 2. Turn that one nicely off his legs. That'll get him off the mark.
Yeah, off the mark straight away. If Haney had liked the ball anyway, I reckon he'd have liked it there, and he's somewhere around his middle and leg stump. Nice clip for one, out to deep mid wicket, deep square leg even.
We are, as you say, right in the centre of Edgbaston today, having so far been over to the side with a really short boundary, which probably in part hasn't done the Bears any favours.
No, I mean it just skews the game quite a lot of time. Short boundary, you end up trying to hide balls as a bowler that maybe you shouldn't. You should be just going for the stumps, but instead you find yourself trying to avoid the short boundary, which it just sort of skews the entire game. As Pennington comes in again there to Rhodesy, and Rhodesy clips off his leg for a single out to deep mid wicket. A nice bit of fielding by Ed Barnard. And at the end of the second over, the Bears were 9 for 2.
Yeah, 9 for 2. Not the best position to find ourselves in. Pollock and Hose are the men out so far. And I wonder if we'll see a change, and we are going to see a change in bowling, I think, at this pavilion end.
Yep, Charlie Morris coming on from the pavilion end. Charlie, a fine bowler, good honest bowler, incredibly fit. I've heard from the rumours around the grounds that he's a very fit bloke. He bowls his overs, and he's a good honest bowler.
Sam Hain still averaging over 38 in this competition this year, despite a lack of runs in the last few weeks. He's got over 300 in the competition. Morris into the attack then. I like this, a good honest bowler. Is that how Yorkshiremen look at their fellow bowlers on the county circuit? Are there any that aren't honest? Are there any dishonest bowlers?
Yeah, good question. Good shout. But no, he's a good bowler. Like I say, bowls his overs. He'll bowl 500 overs a year in the county championship. Won't let you down. You know what you're going to get from Charlie Morris, I'd say, on a weekly basis. Safe to say, I don't think there's been quite so much swing since the first over. Since our friend Dwar Hoos finished his first over, although they have got a slip in for Haney.
They have. Still just the 2 men out of course at this stage. It's watched carefully by Sam Hain. Again, deep square leg, and we've got a third man in place. Now the fielders riding the boundary early on.
Will be interesting, after the power play or when we see spin, to see if it's obviously used pitch. It's had 100 overs on it. It will be interesting to see if it spins.
Well, did you see this turn that Parkinson got the other day? I've not seen a ball spin that much for quite some time.
No, that was an exceptional ball, wasn't it? Jeez. Was at the footholes, I'd say. So it'll be interesting to see if it does much off straight. Of course, Worcester have the leg spinner, or 2 leg spinners of Ish Sodhi and Brett D'Oliveira.
Oliveira's having I think he bowled 13 overs in this competition this year so far. Picked up 4 wickets. First change of pace we saw there from Charlie Morris then. Slightly slower ball. It's well picked by Sam Hain. comes down to that. It's a beautiful shot. Real intent, showing Charlie Morris, who's boss. Pyros are off as well. That's a terrific shot from Sam Hain for 4.
Yeah, Sam, one run of 3 balls before that ball, and yeah, obviously deciding enough's enough and playing the big shot, using his feet. That's a cracking shot through the covers off Charlie. Yeah, that's a fantastic shot. Not too much wrong with that ball, but Sam's made it into a poor ball with his footwork.
He's already got 17 wickets in this Blast campaign, Charlie Morris.
The good honest bowler, like I said.
Good honest bowler, like you say, yeah.
Good honest bowler.
Slower ball again.
It's another slow
feeling
ball
for LBW, but just angling down the leg side.
Yeah, perhaps a bit too high, a bit of a knuckle ball, I reckon that. I don't think Charlie would be too happy that that's only a leg by. I don't think that was too close to being out. This is obviously a rare fixture that we are playing Worcester for the 3rd time this week.
Don't you get sick of the sight of people?
Yeah, I think it's safe to say the lads will be sick of the sight of each other out there. But what I was going to say is that one of the rarest things I think I've ever seen in county cricket, the 4-day match that has just finished at Worcester, was how many leg spinners were on show.
Oh, I thought you were going to just talk about Matt Lamb's bowling action before we get on to anything else.
Outstanding. Change of field here though. They've got deep square leg and deep mid wicket out here to road him.
Slower ball coming, do you think? There's the slower ball, and he plays it out to that fielder who's just gone out to that leg side boundary, and they pick up another single, and it's the end of the over. It's 16 for 2. Rhodes on 5 and Hain on 5.
But by my reckoning, at New Road this week, and Matt Lamb's bowling, I'm not having none of it. Absolutely fantastic bowling by Matt Lamb.
I was fine with his bowling.
Lamel Cumbler, as we all like to call him.
Someone mentioned to me earlier that it was just the run up that led to the bowling that was what was quite comical.
Now, what I will say, Lammy's bowled seam for a number of years, and every time he bowls a seamer, within 10 overs, he's torn his side, he's ripped something. It's just, so they basically said you can't bowl seam anymore. So I'll be honest, he has worked his socks off all winter. He's been working on his leg spin, and every single day we're here for an hour, he's out there bowling leg spinners, and you do stuff like that. You do stuff like that, and nice things happen.
4th over, Farhus is back. Nicely turned off the legs by Will Rhodes. That's 4 runs. Terrific shot from the skipper.
Lovely shot there by Rhodesy. Feel a bit there for Dwyer House. This is a problem you face in white ball cricket, that it does swing to start with, but only for maybe 6 balls, 12 balls. And the last ball Mr. Dwyer House bowled was the last ball of the first over that he bowled an absolutely beautiful away swing delivery to left-hander. He's now come on 3 or 4 overs later with that in his mind, and has probably set the ball off like he did his last ball that he bowled, for a little bit of swing. No swing there at all, and it's just slid onto leg stump. So it's not quite a common thing you find in one-day cricket, how it stops swinging quite quickly, and it's tough as a bowler as he comes in for his second ball. Bangs it in at a bit heavier length and a better line this time.
It's well run, that. Good single.
Good single, although it was a nice bit of fielding there by Brett D'Oliveira at backward point.
Why is that? Why is it, 1 or 2 overs, and literally at that point it just stops swinging?
I wish I could tell you. I mean, a red ball, you have a red ball at the start of a day that swings, let's say the most it's ever swung is 10 out of 10. And gradually over a day, after an hour it'll be 8 out of 10. After lunch it'll be 6 out of 10. It's pretty measurable. Whereas a white ball, first ball you ball could be 10 out of 10 swing. The second, if they hit the ball and it goes for 4 and it hits something on the boundary rope, on the boundary, as Haney goes for the scoop.
Oh, he's scooping already, and...
Oh, that is a ridiculous shot.
It's gone all the way for 6. Wow. Well, one of the things you associate with Sam Hain in all forms of the game is he plays proper cricket shots. You very rarely see Sam Hain playing a shot like that, but maybe the form he's not been in, it's his birthday, why not?
Yeah, why not? I mean, he did play another brilliant shot like that earlier this year off... Lockie Ferguson up at Yorkshire that went miles as well, so he definitely has it in his locker, and obviously for whatever reason he's decided now's the time to get it out. Bears 27 for 2.
Hain's on to 11 from 6 deliveries. How will Dvarhos respond? That's the question. Digs that one in.
Yeah, definitely a bit more heavy length there from Dwyer House, and Henny a little bit disappointed. He nearly beat the 2 fielders in the covers there. It was a great hand by, I'm not sure who, but a great hand there in the covers by someone. Might be Darryl Mitchell, actually.
Did get a good hand on it. Needed to as well.
Yeah, it's a great bit of work. But to answer your question about the white ball, I have no idea.
it can be one ball, it can be swinging nicely, and one ball could be middle by the batter, and I don't know if that makes it go out of shape, but he just stops swinging. It goes from 10 out of 10 to 0, like boom, super quickly, as he comes in again for the 5th ball or so over. He's given a wide.
I'm not surprised that Ben Cox has gone up for that, because I don't think Rosie was too far away making contact.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe just our angle, but it looked like there might have been a little bit of a deflection there, so... Or maybe Coxie was just trying to be clever and try to get away with a wide, which is not a bad thing to do.
I think Will's already tucked one away round the corner. Clearly fancied that again. 29 for 2. Rhodes on strike, on 10. Does turn that one a little squarer this time, just for a single.
Yeah. Doorhouse definitely dragged his length back a bit here. He's whacking the middle of the pitch a little bit more.
Last ball coming up of his 2nd over.
A nice little, I don't want to put the mockers on it, but a nice little rebuild by these two here, where they came in, I think they were 9 for 2. So yeah, nice little job here by Sam and Rhodesy. Hopefully they can crack on and continue in this vein.
Coming to the end of the 4th over. 6, of course, in the power play. Watchful from Sam Hain, but that's clever. Very good running. And a misfield, and they complete the single. 24 these two have added now for the 3rd wicket.
Chopping and changing here the Worcestershire side as Dylan Pennington is going to come on from the pavilion end here.
Is it harder when you literally just bowl over and then perhaps disappear for 2, or you move to a different end? Is it as a bowler? Would you rather just knock your 4 off?
No, it depends. If
you're getting tapped or not.
Yeah, literally. If you're taking wickets, keep you on, you're happy. But if you feel like you're getting the classic lined up by a batter, let's say Alex Hales is in and he's not out. Sometimes you think, we need to keep changing it here. We need to keep chopping and changing. So either ways can work.
Pennington replacing Morris then. Well played by Sam Hain. Again, he come down the wicket, but just picks out the fielder.
Yeah, again, a smidge of width given there by Pennington, and he'll be a little bit disappointed, I reckon. He's found backward point there, which is a bit of a shame.
Is that D'Oliveira at backward point?
Yeah, D'Oliveira is a good fielder. Very good fielder. Is Dolly.
So you say one or 2 leg spinners in this side.
Yeah, as Haney comes down the track, and I don't know if Pennington saw him or not, but he definitely took the pace off that delivery, but Sam equal to it and able to get a 4 through deep mid-wicket.
You could say he looked like he adjusted well to that, as though he saw him coming, he bowled the short ball, but Sam actually had the wherewithal to still guide it through that leg side.
Yeah, exactly. So that's actually pretty well bowled. You see a batter come in, you drag your length back and take pace off. That's no mean feat. That's a pretty hard skill to do, and Sam, like you say, is up to it and still got 4 through deep mid-wicket, which is great.
35 for 2 then.
Haney backing away this time, probably looking to hit it through the offside.
That would have been tight.
Yeah, that would have been tight. He showed it with a great bit of fielding there.
Skipper likes a run out or 2, doesn't he?
No comment. But yeah, Haney backing away there, trying to hit the ball to the offside. Pennington following him well. The ball going straight to Ish Sodhi, who picks it up cleanly in the air. That would have been very tight.
In the end, though, it's a good run to the total. 36 for 2, midway through the 5th over. Pennington already with the wicket of Adam Hose to his name. Rhodes gets an edge on that, and Sodhi takes the catch. Been deceived a bit there, Will Rhodes, and Pennington's got his reward. Sodhi with a catch, and the Bears lose a 3rd wicket, 43 for 3.
Yeah, Rhodes a little bit unlucky there. Again, employing the field with 2 people on the leg side, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket. Rhodesy getting a thick outside on the ball and it carrying all the way to short 3rd man on the 30-yard circle. It's pretty unlucky that for a ball to carry that far. Although, I did say earlier that Dylan does bowl quite a sharp ball, so perhaps proves a point that he does bowl quite sharply. But yeah, Rhodes getting a thick edge there, carrying all the way to short 3rd man on the 30-yard circle. Slightly unlucky.
Second Bears batsman to walk off, looking at the edge of his bat after Adam Hose early. Kyle Myers is in. I did wonder if he'd have a number, but they've got him one sorted. 71.
Yeah.
Wanted to play 3 fixtures, of course, but he's only going to get 2 in for the Bears. All I've been told is he hits a long ball.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I've been resting at the moment, so I've not even seen him in the nets, but yeah, everything I've heard is that Kyle hits a very, very long ball. He's a very cool customer in the changing rooms. Obviously, him and Carlos know each other really well. We've got a bit of a Barbados contingent at the moment. Jacob Bethel, of course, in the seconds, or certainly played a few games in the first team. He's from Barbados as well. So yeah, we've got three Beiges in the side at the moment, which is great. Hopefully, there's some sort of reciprocal deal in the winter where I end up going to Barbados as Pennington comes in to bowl Kylie's first ball.
Another left-hander in. So again, being able to mix it up with a left and a right.
Yeah. Again, another heavy length delivery there from Pennington, and Kyle knocking it on its head and just getting a single into the covers.
Fair play to him. He's played 4 test matches and scored 462 runs in his 4 tests. He currently averages 71 in test matches.
What's he doing playing T20?
102 50s, a top score of 210.
Yeah, outstanding.
That's not bad, really, is it?
Yeah, it's going to be the last ball of Pennington's over here in the 5th over. Comes into Haney, and Haney clips it out to deep square leg for what is going to be an easy one, maybe a 2.
Yeah, that's a comfortable 2, isn't it? Nice running.
Easy 2 for Haney.
End of 5 overs, 39 for 3 are the Bears. Don't forget to get involved on social media tonight. The hashtag #UBears is where you can send us anything you fancy. It's at Warwickshire County Cricket Club on Twitter and Instagram. And if you're on the good old Book of Face, it's Warwickshire County Cricket Club. Do get in touch and do send us some of your photos and let us know where you are this evening. Charlie Morris coming back on?
Yeah, ringing the changes again. Charlie Morris is going to bowl a difficult 6th over from the City end.
Why is it deemed as difficult from a bowler's perspective?
I would argue that this particular 6th over is going to be a little bit easier because there's a new batter in, so I would doubt very much that